man.
If you're gonna take,
look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it,
not
man.
the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
then.
you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer me? Are you refusing? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on this fucking house.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented,
me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given. Whereas we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented,
me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
And what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here, to who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. Those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both at the same time?
Yeah, yeah. Can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Peace. Greetings, everyone. Press 1 if you can hear me. Greetings, peace, and love. Press 1. I'm going to check the comment sections to see if I can be heard. Press 1 if you can hear me. Peace. Okay, wonderful. We have everyone. We have a lot of people in the building, as they say, the building today. Let's give a shout out to those who are in the room. Welcome everyone to the Tehuti Podclass. We're back again. We are back again. Ask questions and seek ma'at. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me take a look in the room and see who is here and who is blessing us today. All right, who do we have here? We have AJ Super Mogul. AJ Super Mogul, peace to you, AJ Super Mogul. It's a great student of mine who likes to set up one-on-one classes with me. One of the only ones that I actually will allow to do that. My time is very, very limited, and he's one of the ones that get the one-on-one classes. So peace to you, my brother. You're great. Let's go through the chat room and see who else is here. We have Rigo. Peace to you, Rigo. Peace, peace, peace. We have Obi-Wan Kenobi. Peace to you, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Peace to you. Okay. Who else do we have here? We have RPM. RPM. Okay, peace. We have everybody's here. We got who else is here? Now is a regular. Now, peace to you. Peace to Don Samokwan. I like that the name rhymes. Don Samokwan. Peace to you. Peace to you. Peace to you, Vinny Black Lodge. Peace to you, Vinny. I did get your message. Send me an email, and I'll send you a direction on how to get the books. I think you're asking for a link or something. I get a lot of messages per day, but I did see your message inquiring about the books. Send me an email, and I will send you a response. For everybody who wants to know, my email is on the screen. The moderators can put the email in the chat room as well. Peace to you. Peace to everybody. Okay, we have peace to Jody. Great class always. With such long intro though. Generally takes about 25 minutes. Yep, that is how it goes. Yes. Okay, we have We have who's this? We have Happy Solar Return, Unky Ahmad. Oh, okay. We got Master K. Master K, Mighty Hebrew is ready for that. Is he ready? I hope so. Okay, we got Jody again with the hearts in her eyes. Peace, Jody. Jody, actually, I'm looking at my list, and Jody has the first question to start the class with, actually. So peace to you, Jody. You get to start the class. Love, enlightenment, Tehuti, and the Podclass family. Peace to you. And peace to 7 concentrated, 7 soul ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Blast at the fake cats like the Sphinx, but chillin'. Rats act like they got facts. Snakes kill them. Get 8 alive with 9 ether vibes. All right, sounds like it's rhyming. Sounds like a rhyme there. Nice to meet you. What's the name? 7 concentrated, 7 soul 7. Interesting name. Okay, peace to everybody. Of course, we have Big Vapes. Big Vapes, peace to you, Big Vapes, a regular. And we have Real Rap. I thought I saw Real Rap in here. Real Rap. There's Real Rap FG. Peace to you, Real Rap. And Stranger, the namer of the moderators. Peace to you, Stranger. And of course, we can't have a show without Netter the Greatest. Mind Expansion Time. It definitely is that. I'm watching the other channels. There's a few channels on it. I don't know if it's paid comedy. I'm not sure what's going on, but what I'm seeing cannot be real. I don't know what's going on, but it's good that we focus on knowledge here. Okay, peace to everyone. Okay, we got Comedic Metergy, peace to you, peace to you. Jamio X, Jamo X, peace to you, peace to everyone, peace to everyone, peace to everyone. Okay, we got new Freddie Cali, peace to you, Freddie Cali. We got everybody, and of course, Ahati Ma'at, he's the unofficial moderator. Hail Amenhotep Ra Tehuti. Your teaching has caused a new awakening in our community. All right, wonderful. We got everybody in the room here. We have a soul scientist who says, I missed my question last time. Okay, not sure what that question was, but hopefully you'll get it in this time. Nice to see you again, soul scientist, great name. Okay, we got everybody in the room. Eastwood, everybody, Horizon of Zion, one of my favorite names in the chat. Greetings and everybody, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You see the room piling up, stacking up. It is wonderful. Now we're going to give a shout out to the moderators. Then we're going to give an official shout out. Got books. Nani Asut Mer says got books. Tehuti Inquiring and Mystical Television. Wonderful. Let's look for some more moderators in the room. Let me scroll up and see who I see here. Oh, here's somebody new. Diamond Crooks, peace to you. Welcome to the room. And we got I don't see the other moderators. The meeting with me. Okay, we got Unky Ma'at. Unky Ma'at, peace to you. And we have one more moderator to look for. Let me scroll and scroll. I know she's in here. She's definitely in here, probably right at the very beginnings. Let me scroll all the way up. And there we go. We got Seneti Amun. All right, wonderful, wonderful. We have peace to you. The beautiful, awesome moderators who help keep the room intact, who help the people in the room. And there was somebody in here saying Tehuti does his homework. Peace to you. Jocelyn C. Tehuti has done his homework tremendously. I got to give him the respect. He's really the Floyd Mayweather of the conscious community. Okay, peace to you. The Floyd Mayweather of the conscious community. I like that. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to give an official shout out to the special people in the room that help keep the room organized, who help answer questions, but not knowledge questions. I want to get that clear for everybody. Do not ask knowledge questions to the moderators. And moderators and Ahati, Ma'at, and we're reading just you all. Do not answer questions pertaining to knowledge in the chat room. That is a distraction from the actual class. So everybody, if you could be respectful, and please don't start asking the moderators, how far is the sun from the earth, and did the Anunnaki come before the Natiru, and all these questions that should be sent in the Cash app. Okay, let me see something. I hope I didn't, I don't see them. Oh, here we go. Boom. Moderators. There we go. Boom. We have Anki M. Ma'at, Nani Asetmer, and Saneti Amun. They are the official moderators. And we have Hati, the unofficial moderator, because for some reason I can't put him on as the moderator, but he is the unofficial moderator. For those who just got to the room, these are the books that you can actually purchase. Just send me an email or ask one of the moderators from my email address and request one of these teachings. I'm going to be actually teaching out of one of these today. This is Melanin Dark Consciousness, and the other one is Stepping Out of the Matrix Secret of the Ages, a book that a lot of people in the chat room already have. Okay, so that is the introduction to the people in the room, and now the introduction to everyone you see on the screen. One moment. Okay, and my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been a teacher for over 30 years in many different communities. I've taught in public throughout America and throughout Canada, different parts of the world. And then I went into seclusion for a long period of time and only taught on the internet. And then I went into complete seclusion and only taught my immediate inner circle and family until a good brother, Ahati Ma'at, convinced me to come out to the public, because he said people really need to hear the way that I teach, the calm manner and the way that I teach. This is Ahati Ma'at right here. The way that I teach, without drama, without name calling, without cussing, without any of those strange things that others seem to feed upon. I don't do any of that. It's just straight knowledge over here. So I came out to the public, and when I came out to the public, a lot of my old students from 30-something years ago found me, and a lot of new students came, and they started asking for one-on-one classes. We did some of those one-on-one classes, but then it was too much to continue because it took up much too much of my time. So they were paying me for one-on-one classes. So afterwards, I said, you know what? I announced on the Killer Priest podcast, I said, I'm not going to do the one-on-one class. I'm going to open up a public pod class for everyone to come in. People can come in free. And all I ask is send support to support the pod class. There is the AI moderator. She's saying support with Cash App questions. So I started sending that message out to everyone. And then I opened up the room. And then YouTube turned off my super chats. They demonetized the channel, took off the super chats. So now people couldn't send me the super chat questions. So I set up my own system where we have the TT Amun Cash App for support questions. And we also have at the bottom, you'll see the Rocky SV, PayPal, and TT Amun. And now you can actually send in your questions. I will get notified through an email. I go through the questions one by one and answer them live. I have no idea what the questions are going to be. And I answer them live, and as a form of reciprocity, you send a donation, a Cash App, a PayPal to support the cause, the mission, and the time that I take to do this, as opposed to charging each and every one of you one-on-one classes, which I don't have time for. Plus, this is more exciting. It puts me more to the challenge because I don't know what's going to be asked in most of the cases. And I make myself available to you. If a question's asked that I don't know the answer to, I say I don't know. If we get to the end where I start getting tired, I say that question's going to be for the next week, and then we begin the class with that question. So everybody who's in the chat room, if you start sending questions in the chat room, I more likely won't see them. Send questions to the Cash App. You can put a note and question inside the Cash App. If you want to be anonymous, you can put anonymous. If you want to put your your name from the room, you can put it there. I'll post it up on the screen. You'll get your shout out, and I'll answer the question. Same with PayPal. PayPal gives you an actual paragraph to ask a question, or just to say I'm giving support and a donation. Wonderful. That's how we run the show. Now that takes care of me. Yeah. Yes, you can always email the question if there's not enough room. Definitely email me. If you put it in the chat, I may not get it because the chat is moving. The moderators may not see it. It's hard to keep track of that. Okay, that takes care of me. And now on my hat is Neith. Neith is a unicorn spider, a sea darlingi horned spider from the most southern parts of what the European calls Africa. That's at the bottom of the Nile, way back below the Nile, past Uganda, actually going into what people call South Africa. She's my South African spider. She represents quantum entanglements and the weaving of the universe and the connectivity that we all have spiritually and through the earth grids. Okay, this is Kaibit. Kaibit is my special snake, all the way from the Philippines. Can't get her in pet shops. She actually changes multiple colors when the light shines on her. And she is Kaibit, representing the black light or the black soul, one of the 9 aspects of man. If anybody wants to ask me about the 9 aspects, shoot it in the Cash App. But she is named after one of them. She is Kaibit. Get a look at the camera, Kaibit. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. I keep a lot of serpents and animals with me. They give me my energy. And in most cases, I like them more than people. Okay, they're actually safer than people. People are afraid of snakes, but snakes are actually safer than people. Okay? And if you want to ask me questions about that or why the Cometians had serpents, any question you have while you're watching this this live class, you can send them in to the Cash App and to the PayPal. Now, let us begin. Let us begin, and let me show you an example of how these classes actually work. Wonderful. Okay. Our anthem, I think that the person, I can't even say the name, Conscious Soul 7, it's a lot of 7s in the name, but that person was quoting one of my mottos, the thing that I actually base my teachings on, and it actually eliminates a lot of chaos. And that motto is, my theme is ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. That means when you watch all of these other channels and shows and people that say they're teaching, I want you to please listen close. Please listen close to the difference between an actual artifact, that the artifact says what it is around it, as opposed to just a religious opinion of what you think it means or what it is to you as a Hebrew or a Muslim, or whatever you say you are. We don't go by opinions, okay? We go by information that everybody has access to, okay? Everybody has access to almost the same type of information, especially if you have a computer. The only access that people have that others may not may be their own dream world, their own out-of-body experiences, or their spiritual connective experiences. Other than that, when it comes to physical information, everybody has access to the same information. Most of all books are purchasable. Most of all books are on PDFs. Most of all information is found in museums, archaeological finds, sites, translations. We have access. Nobody has any kind of special access to any physical thing. Don't let people tell you that what I'm teaching you, it's hidden in the bottom of the Vatican. Well, how did you get it? This kind of information is hidden, man. It's in the bottom of the Vatican, man. How did you get it? Did you have access to the bottom of the Vatican? This stuff it's buried, man. I'm giving you some jewels, man. Don't listen to any of that. Ask everybody to provide sources of where they're getting information from, unless it's coming from their own spiritual source. And everybody has the right to speak their spiritual personal source, but that's only their personal experience. It doesn't necessarily apply to anyone else on the planet, and those who think that it does suffer from a mental disease called solipsism. You can look that up. All right, well, time is of an essence, and there's my time man right there, and he's saying, let's get the show on, Tehuti. So let me check the emails, let me check the notifications, and let's start the class. Actually, we have a question. Shout out to, let me find her in the room. Shout out to, where is Jody? Jody's in the room. I'm going to put her name up on the screen. I don't have the Cash App, but she gave a Cash App and sent a question in as I was, oh, here it is. She put it in the room, Sigils. So she put it in the room. So Jody, shout out to you. And for those who are new, I'm not doing it right now because Jody sent the question in from before, but for the next one after Jody, you're going to see this. Let me go ahead and show Jody. I'm going to go ahead and show an example of how we do it, and then we're going to get right to your question. Here we go. So first of all, shout out to, oh, this is wonderful. Look how the show is starting. Okay. Oh. Wait. No. I'm going to get to you. I can't start off with that. But I'm going to show it, though. I don't even know if she's in the room. Let me do this, everybody. Hold on. Be patient. I'm looking for... I think this is one. Okay, let me show one from last class, because let me show one from the last time. Okay. So here's an example. Actually, you know what? I can go right to the, I don't have to go back. I can go right to the, it's saved in the, it's saved. They're all saved right here. Here we go. So for example, here is Sullen Rock sent $5. Shout out to you. Netter Ong sent 888. Shout out to you. 13 from Anthony Perch. So that's an example. You send it in, and we even have people sending in 20s, 40s, 100s. Shout out to all you all. We had the top last week, which was Black Alucard, who actually sent in $100. But this is an example we show you right on the screen, and then we go ahead and answer the question. Okay, so first, Jody was asked a question, and she actually put little hints of her question on the screen. It says Jody 13 sigils. Okay. So her question was, what is sigil magic? Is there any reality to it? I'm not reading the exact question, but it was asking about sigil magic, and is there any validity, truth to it, or just basically what it is? What it is. A lot of people have maybe heard of this word, but not necessarily delved into it and want to know what is this. Okay. So let's get into it. Here's how I answer a question. Wonderful. Let me go ahead and turn this down a little bit. Let's get into it. Okay, so here we go. All right, how you doing, Kaibit? You doing good? You doing good? Wonderful. All right, let's get into it. So sigil magic. Let me go in the chat room and see. Has anybody ever heard of this word before? Sigil. Anybody ever heard of that word before? The origins, yeah, sigil. Anybody ever heard of it? This sigil magic. It's actually being used to run this country. We're going to get into that as well. Anybody ever heard of this word before? Sigil magic. So what is sigil magic? Oh, shout out to Teflon Don, Asia. I think that's Teflon Don, Asiatic Soldier. I think that's you, Teflon. Shout out to you. And we have Light of Jupiter. What a great name. You're the Light of Jupiter. That's a nice, interesting name. Spirit of Lack. You guys are very creative with your Who's Donkey? Oh, okay. Shout out to you, Aliki Shots. A lucky shot. Shout out to you. A lucky shot. Just give him some shout outs before we start. So we got a brother here that says, haven't heard of it. Okay. Could you? Oh, Donkey says. Oh, Donkey is the spirit of black who says, could you turn my name Donkey to a sigil? Okay, awesome. Okay, let's get into it, guys. Let us get into it. Let's get into it. All right. Amun Ku Nitiru. I love that name too. It says he heard of it. Truth Seeker. Peace to you. All right, let's get into it, everybody. So I'm gonna go. Boom. So first, you know what I do. We're gonna get first into the word itself and into the dating of the word, and then we're gonna move on from there. We're gonna get into some deep information here. So here we go. Let me get to the room here. I'm gonna do a screen share. Let's start this class. No drama, no cussing, no insulting anybody, just straight information for hours. Let's go. Okay, am I screen sharing, everyone? Can everyone see my screen? Boom. So let's get into it. Here we go. So first, if you can see the screen right now, it says sigil, sign, mark, or seal. Okay. From late Latin, sigillum, from Latin, sigilla, and it goes on, signifying a mark or a sign. And it goes into sign. You can see where sign and sigil has the same root with the SIG. So a sigil is a mark or a seal. And then here is what we have to look at. In astrology and occult device supposed to have great power, 1650. So right there, we're tracing this concept to the 1600s, 1650s. Okay, that's very important to know, because if you want to know the root of where things come from, you can actually go to the words itself, and you will see the date of where something comes from. So we have sigil, at least the way that they do it, and going back to the 1650. So what is sigil? What is this actually? How does this? Why do people use this? Okay, so here we're gonna go right over here. All right, so a sigil is this. What you do is you take a sentence with an intention. You want to make sure, and I want everybody to be clear of what I'm doing here. When somebody asks me a question, I answer factually. I'm not saying that this is what I'm teaching, and I got to get that clear, because I remember when I was breaking down gematria, people were saying gematria is not from Kemet, and I'm telling you what they do. Remember, sigil magic, sigil from the 1650. So of course, this is not going back to Kemet. This is going back to what the Europeans did back in the 1600s. Okay, there are some roots and origins of it in truth, but here is when you look up sigil magic, here's what you're looking at. So you write down a sentence or a word. Okay, you write down a sentence or a word. You remove the vowels. Now, the reason why they remove the vowels is because this concept comes from Hebrew, so-called Hebrew. And in the Hebrew language, they have dots that represent vowels, which originated in what's called the Masoretic text. Prior to the Masoretic text, in those ancient languages, you don't really see what they call vowels and such. Okay? All right, so you remove the vowels. That's to imitate the Hebrew. And when you do that, you end up with a sentence like this, and you scratch out the vowels. What you also do is you scratch out duplicate consonants. This type of magic is a type of magic that's used by people like John Dee, Aleister Crowley, Madame Blavatsky, all of these occultists who use this type of magic. It's intentional magic. When you write down a sigil, also, you don't want to have one with any negative words in it. So for example, as you can see in the picture, it says, I am not anxious. So you don't write down, I am not anxious. You would write down, I am calm. And there's a reason for this. And the reason is because the brain doesn't understand words like not. It doesn't comprehend words like not. For example, if you close your eyes and you say, I do not see a cat, the first thing you're going to see in your mind is a cat, because your brain doesn't understand what the word not is. It just understands what visual objects are, because the brain works off of a canvas in the back of your mind called the visual cortex, and it forms pictures in the mind back there. It doesn't form words. So you write down, you scratch out the vowels, you scratch out the double consonants. Then you get to the next sentence of the next stage of the sigil, and that is you overlay the letters, because you're going to take this sigil, these letters, and you're going to form an image that is only known to you. This is how they do it. This is how that actually you're a controlling society. Does this magic work? Absolutely, it does. It works to control the society that we're in today. And it can work for you also. Okay, overlaying letters. So for example, you see here you have the T and an H. So you see the first two letters here, the T and the H, and what's left of the sentence, because they took out the vowels and they took out the double consonants. So you have a T and an H. So you'll find that if you take a T and an H and put them together, they actually form one symbol that actually looks like the letter I. It actually still looks like an H. Okay, so they just combine the T and the H, and now that's how you get your first image of the sigil, or the symbol that you're creating. The next step, remember, we have the letter S also in that word. This is a hypothetical sentence. So you have the S, you add the S, and then the V and the D are combined. So there's the S right there in the beginning, and then you have the V right there, and then you can make like a sharp D right there. Now you have a symbol that looks kind of like a capsule or a rocket ship. It looks like something, but your brain seeing this will know what it means to you. It'll know the word, the sentence, because you're the one that's creating it. And then you're wearing this on your chest, or you have this as a ring, and nobody else knows what it means. It's your secret sigil, your secret image that nobody knows. What the society today is doing, how they're controlling the matrix, is they're making the sigils, and they're letting you know a part of it. So your mind shifts into seeing the symbolism, even though your physical forward mind can't see the symbolism. We're going to get into that. So now you're forming a symbol of the word that's hidden within a shape that your subconscious can recognize. But now, here's where it gets interesting, because when you look up sigils and the origin of the sigils, you're going to find things called archangels. You're going to find Gabriel as a sigil, Michael as a sigil. You're going to find sigils that are now common to the whole group. They're more popular than the sigils that people make up for their own individual self. They're sigils that are used worldwide. So they're agreed upon sigils. So you may now ask, well, what is this? The Archangel Michael sigil. This doesn't look like words. So we'll expand that. And now this is what you'll see when you look up sigils under the Archangel Michael. They have one for Gabriel. They have one for Raphael. A lot of the so-called angels. So what is this? This does not look like somebody put letters and took out vowels, does it? But you do see some interesting letters circling it around. But this in the middle is hard to make out. So actually, what is this you're looking at? Okay, you're looking at what's called a rose wheel in the sigil world. So here it is. So the Hebrew, quote unquote, because there really is no such language called Hebrew, but in Hebrew, quote unquote, the sigil wheel are the English letters that superimpose what people call Hebrew. You begin with a circle and then draw lines leading to each letter. These are all based on false plagiarized characters. Feel free to ask where Michael comes from. So here is the sigil wheel that they'll give you in a lot of these mystical books, magical books, where usually the magic is spelled with the letter K as opposed to just the letter C. And you're going to see a sigil wheel here. And of course, to the untrained eye, anything that people see that looks different, oh, this looks really mystical. This looks powerful. This looks like the Ouija board. It looks like, oh man, I can feel the power in this. All you're seeing right here, ladies and gentlemen, is you're seeing English words that make the sounds over a modern day Ivrit, or modern day Hebrew, so-called Hebrew language. The Hebrew language is not any language of any ancient Hebrews, but it's used in the society for magic. So when we look at the wheel, you're going to see like the letter A, and you see the symbol right here, that's the letter A. They have an E here because the letter A originally made an sound. And then you see the letter M. Here's the two forms of the letter M. You see the letter SH. SH and then S, and there's the Hebrew there. So what they do to make their magical sigil, the one that everybody agrees upon, back since the 1600s, when the European occultist societies, the Thule Society, and John Dee, Amanda Blavatsky, and Aleister Crowley, and these people, when they were creating this Hebrew sigil magic, basically all they did is they took the letters. So there's the letter M right here. You see the letter M, you draw a circle because the circle represents your origin point. You come all the way down, and you're going to get to a stop right here. You're going to go up to a Ka. So this right here is an E, Mi, Ka, L. You see it going down to the L right here. So then those lines actually form this symbol that you're looking at that becomes the sigil that's here. So when you take away the sigil wheel, all you're left with is the symbol. But when you go back to the sigil wheel, you actually see where the symbol formulates from. And that's why if you look at the symbol, you see the letter M. That's the letter M right there. Over here, that's a meme in so-called Hebrew. This is a yod. That's a kaf. That's an I, an alif, and that's an L. So it's M, Y, kaf, A-L, and that's Mikael. And that's what forms the common sigil that you may see that is used in these theosophical occultist societies. That's actually where the sigil comes from. But you know me, I'm not going to stop there. Now we're going to get into how is the sigil actually used to control today. What are these you're looking at? What you think you're looking at is you think you're looking at emblems of companies. You're not looking at emblems of companies, you're looking at sigils and symbols where the letters are actually taken and put on top of symbols, or the letters are actually turned into shapes themselves. So when you look at, if you remember last class, I broke down the alphabet. The alphabet is really from A to B. If you guys remember that, there's only 13 letters in the alphabet, not 26, but 13 letters in the alphabet. And so when we look at the Amazon symbol, what you're looking at is you're looking at a symbol called Amazon, Amazon, and then you're looking at oh, this is blocking my, okay, thank you. You're looking at Amazon, and you're looking at something that encompasses everything you could possibly want. So when we step into a store, they'll say, we have everything you want from A to Z. So that subconsciously they put an arrow here from A to the letter Z in the Amazon lettering, okay? Little subliminals, they're just things to make you be attracted and stimulate the A to Z. But then you get into other things such as the Jack in the Box. If you look at the Jack in the Box symbol, the older Jack in the Box, you'll see that the OX in the Jack in the Box is actually not a letter at all. We're going to break that down. Why does the OX in the Jack in the Box look like that? Okay, we're going to get into that. You're going to look at, say, Sun's microsystem. See the Sun's microsystem here? So Sun's microsystem is really un. It's really UN. But when you look at it, no matter how you look at it, it looks to your eyes like it's spelling the word sun. But actually the word sun is not spelled anywhere in this emblem. But it tricks your eyes to make you think that no matter how you look at it, it's actually spelling the word sun. And it's actually just a UN. Okay, then you get, of course, over to here, the Chanel symbol. The Chanel symbol is actually the same symbol down here in the Jack in the Box, which I'm going to explain later. That's the Chanel symbol. And the Chanel symbol is actually the same as the MasterCard symbol, right? These are all sigils. They're all symbols and seals that activate your mind, usually to put you on an alpha wavelength. That's what these type of sigils do. They put you on an alpha wavelength. So we're going to get into how Jack in the Box, Chanel, and MasterCard are actually all the same symbol. And of course we have NBC. And what are you looking at when you look at NBC? What is that? Why is that is the question. What is that and why is that? Okay. Very interesting. We're going to get into all of that because these are the sigils that they're using to control us. Now this, interestingly enough, goes back to, you guys have probably never heard of, this was taught by Aleister Crowley spoke on his god called Aiwass, and he said he's bringing it back to the original god Aiwass, who is one of the original gods of the Sumerians, who is one of the gods of the Yazidi. Okay, so we go back to Yazidi is a monotheistic faith based on belief in one God who created the world, entrusted into the care of a heptad of 7 holy beings, often known as an angel or Hefsir. 7 mysteries. Preeminent among these is Tawas Malik, also known as Malik Taus. And who is that? The peacock angel. The peacock angel of the Yazidis. Their name is known for as Izidi or Dasini, right? Which is dealing with creator or my creator. Okay, so we go back to 2011 and we look at Tawasi Malik, depicted as a peacock inside the display of the grave of a Yazidi believer. We'll expand the grave and you actually see that inside of it is the peacock. You see the peacock right there? Okay, and then we go down to this symbol of the Yazidi and we see the peacock symbol also right there. And then down here you see the Sumerian symbol of the Dingir of the Anunnaki. That's the symbol right there. And the peacock, which is why when we go back to NBC, they have a peacock. Well, what does the peacock actually represent to them? And why are they actually using it? Because it's inside of their symbolism. It represents the eye. So the peacock, when it expands its wings, it actually looks like it has several eyes around it. All right, this is the Congo peacock. There's Asian peacocks. One moment. Okay, I am back. Okay, so we look at these symbols right here of the peacock, and we see Queen Elizabeth. Of course, she has a peacock. And we have all these singers in Hollywood, people with the peacock. They don't use the whole bird. They just take one of the feathers and they always put it over their eye. Here's Adam Lambert with the peacock over his eye. We go over to Leonardo DiCaprio. Leonardo DiCaprio with the peacock over the eye. We go over here to Van Hunt. And what does he have? The peacock over the eye. And of course we go over here to Amber Heard and we expand her and she has the peacock over the eye. And then we go over here, of course, to Kravitz. This is Zoe Kravitz. We expand Zoe Kravitz, and there she is with the peacock over her eye. This was an ancient sigil symbol that goes back to what's called the Uwajets, because the oldest peacock, people think peacocks are just Asian peacocks, actually go back to the Congo pea bird, right? And the symbol was the eye. The one missing eye that was healed of Heru. The all-seeing eye, by the time it got into today's Freemasonry, this became the all-seeing eye. And thus you see the peacock over NBC that gives you all the news. Oh, here's a Victoria Justice. Let's expand this. And we see she has the funny eyeglasses on with the peacock over her eye. So there they all are with the peacock symbol, the NBC symbol, and these are all sigils. Now we're going to get into this right here. This is the Jack in the Box. Here's the Jack in the Box. Why does it look like this? And who is Jack in the Box? So you understand that first off, you have 7 colors of the visual light spectrum: red, yellow, blue, green, orange, purple, and violet. One of the faster colors is yellow and red. When you see these colors, they actually stimulate hunger and they stimulate sexuality, which I've shown on multiple occasions when I showed the changing of the corona on the tip of the finger and the colors that it would turn when somebody is sexual and when somebody is also in a hungered state. These coronas will turn turn red. And so red stimulates hunger. So that's why you see the red and yellow on Wendy's, red and yellow. Jack in the Box, red, right? McDonald's, red and yellow. Burger King, all of them. You keep going, you'll see the red and the yellow. Those are subliminal sigils, but this one is an actual sigil. What's interesting about Jack in the Box is that this is an actual sigil where remember I showed you how a sigil works. You take two letters and you merge them into one to form a symbol. Let me grab some water. I don't know if anybody can recognize this symbol. But this is a symbol called the measurement of the fish and the Jack in the Box symbol. We go back down to the Pythagorean, what they call the Pythagorean measurement of the fish. And by the way, part of this information is broken down in the revised Stepping Out of the Matrix book, which is one of the PDFs that you can get from me. Okay, so we have what's called the mathematical code of 153 over 265. 153 over 265 forms this symbol right here, which is your Chanel symbol, your MasterCard symbol, and some other symbols that you're going to find quite interesting, right? So if you look at that symbol, what you're going to see in the center is what's called the symbol of the fish. Okay, so that is 153 over 265 over 153. And what does that give you? 1.73. For those who want to know about that, send me a question about that. But that is 1.73, which leads to a mathematical equation that goes back to these three. It goes back to these three, which takes you to the measurement of the largest one, which Europeans call the Pyramid of Giza. So when you look at the Pyramid of Giza, the height, 486 to 56 feet. Pyramid base leg, 763.81 feet. You take this long mathematical equation, which mathematicians will understand what this means. I'll just read it, but we have 763.81 asterisk star times the pi 4, and then you have over 486.256 plus 1 slash pi slash over 10 gives you 152.99999, which is basically 153. Rounded off is 153. The Cometians knew this, and so the whole base in the height base leg of the pyramid actually equals the 153. So the 153 was a significant number in Kemet because it was one of the divisionary numbers that gave you 1.73, which gave Pythagoras the measurement of the fish. Okay, now what's interesting is that when you get down to, if you can open up your Bibles to John 1:21, you're going to find a very interesting story where Jesus was helping people by giving them miraculous abilities to catch fish. They couldn't catch any fish, but then Simon Peter went up and drew his net, and it was full of great fishes. How many fishes? 153. Ask your pastor. Ask your reverend, ask them, what is the purpose of this part of the Bible telling you the amount of fish that were caught? Why does the amount of fish that were caught, and why is it telling you they caught 153 fish? Because 153 was the measurement of the fish, which is this symbol here, and that was a 153 Pythagoras symbol, which he got from learning in Kemet, which is 265 over 163, which gave you 1.73, and that gave you this symbol right here, the measurement of the fish. And this is why you see the symbol on the back of Christian cars. But what's interesting about this symbol is that the cross is inside of the fish. Why is the cross inside of the fish? The cross represents Jesus, but it's inside of the fish. This fish was also called the Vesica Pisces symbol, and it was a symbol of the vagina, which was associated with waters, which is why Jesus was inside of the waters. Or Miriam, when you look at Miriam, the word Miriam in Hebrew means bitter waters. So Jesus is actually inside of the bitter waters, and then he's born. Thus the cross is inside of the fish, the measurement of the fish, which is the 153. And now you find that on the back of Christian cars. This is a Pythagorean symbol almost 800 years before Christianity was invented, and it represented Jesus inside of the vagina or inside of the fish, which they will say in the Jonah story that Jonah was inside of a whale. A whale is also a dolphin, right? Whale is from the word whole, and dolphin is Delphi. And guess what Delphi means? It means womb. Jonah, or Yoni, the vagina, Jonah inside of the dolphin or the whale inside of the womb. And here is why you see Jesus now in multitudes of pictures coming out of the Vesica Pisces. You see that right there? There is Jesus coming out of the Vesica Pisces. That's the fish turned sideways, which is Jesus coming out of the vagina. Jesus coming out of the vagina. Symbolism, of course. And thus you have the 3 days, because that leads into the number 1.73 and the 3 pyramids. So now you have 3 days and 3 nights, which became a prophecy in the book of Matthew 12:38, when it says, some of the scribes and Pharisees answered, saying, Teacher, we want to see a sign, a sigil. We want to see a sign from you, a mark, something from you. But he answered and said to them, an evil adulteress seeks after a sign. No sign will be given to it except the sign of the prophet Jonah. 40, for as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the fish, so will the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. In 40. What does 40 mean? 40 goes back to the sigil symbol of M, the Michael, and that equals the letter M, which is 40, which equals waters. That is M. M in Hebrew is waters, and M is the first letter of Jesus' mother's name, which is Miriam. You get it? So that is why he gives the prophecy, because remember, none of this is real. There was no Jesus. All this is symbolism that they're using as sigils today. That's why it says, now the Lord had prepared a great fish to swallow Jonah, and Jonah was in the belly of this fish 3 days and 3 nights. Of course he was. Jonah, which is Yoni, inside the belly of the fish, inside the womb for 3 days and 3 nights. That's your 3 and 3, your trimester periods of the woman's pregnancy. And that is Jonah 1:17. So there it is right there. And there's just all that is from Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box symbol. Right, they put in these subliminal messages and symbols inside of sigils right in front of you. The modern Jack in the Boxes don't even look like this anymore. Most of them don't look like this anymore. Okay, good. But who is Jack in the Box, and how does it lead to magic? Why is it even called Jack in the Box? Here's Jack. Here he is. There's your Jack in the Box. You know who this even is? Why is a food restaurant store called Jack in the Box? Why are children playing with a toy called Jack in the Box? All of these are forms of sigils. They're not letter sigils. These are symbolic sigils. That means you have something in mind that you're playing with, but in actuality, you're playing with something else. Does this look like a friendly thing that you should be giving your children? Does that look nice to you? Does that look comedic? Does that look like something that's, what is that? But your child plays with this. We play with these things because we don't even know who Jack in the Box is. You know who Jack in the Box is? Jack in the Box was originally Diablo en Bouti. Diablo en Bouti translates to as the devil in the box. That was the Jack, right? Where the Jack is associated with the devil, with negativity, right? Jack, the Jack-o'-lantern, all of these Jacks. Jack is the Jack, the devil in the box. Here's a picture from the 1600s, the same time they developed the sigil magic. And here's your Jack. That's your Jack. Okay, this goes back actually even before. This, the other French one goes back before. So here's the French one. Here's your Jack in the Box. See this guy right here? Jack in the pan. This Jack in the Box, the devil coming out. Right? So there's your Jack in the Box. This one goes back to the 14th century English. To Sir John Shorney, who was often pictured holding a boot with a devil in it. According to folklore, he once cast the devil into a boot to protect the village of North Marston in the Buckinghamshire. French, a Jack in the Box is called Diable en Boîte, literally devil in a box. The phrase Jack in the Box was first seen in literary by John Fox. His books Acts as Monuments, first published in 1563. There he used the term as an insult to describe a swindler who would cheat tradesmen by selling. Oh, 1 second, hold on. Okay, can everybody hear me clear? I'm going to turn. 1 second, everybody. Hold on. One moment, everyone. Let me adjust this thing here. Okay, good. Okay, let me get back to the. Okay, thank you. One of the moderators told me that the sound was interfering with people's hearing of it, but okay, we're going to continue. Here we go. So this is Jack in the Box right there. It's Jack in the Booty, which is Diablo in the Booty, and that is the devil in the box. That's how you get the Jack in the Box symbol with this crazy looking clown inside the box. But now we're going to go into, I'm just throwing this extra information in here for everybody. Okay, so sigils are signs, are archaic geometry shapes that spark the brain into an alpha or trance-like state. They are also words reshaped into shapes which take the mind back to the original intent or command of the word being that it's embedded into the shape. So here we have, look at this. This is, what is this? This is News Now, CBS News Now. And what do we see on the screen? On CBS News Now, we see an eye. And what is this inverted 5-pointed star? What is that? That is one of the original sigils. Why is it inverted? Why is the bottom part, why is the tip pointing down inside of the number 11 beside the eye? Okay, so let's look at this. Let's take a look. Okay, so here is the Baphomet sigil. This is actually the mockery one, but this is the Baphomet symbol. You can actually order this on Amazon now. But this is the Baphomet symbol with the eye in the center. And the symbols of it form what they call a 5-pointed star. The goat's head, the original symbolism of transgenderism, which we can get into later. Here is the actual original one, right, from what they call the Church of Satan and Anton Levy. And the symbolism, this is the sigil. So here's one of your original sigils and the origin of sigils going back to Baphomet, because Baphomet, the actual goat symbol right here, went back before there was even what was called sigils. But then in time, they created it and converted it into a sigil magic, which is why you see these Hebrew letters. You know, this is always associated with Hebrew letters around the 5-pointed star, right? And the Hebrew letters are LWTYN. Okay. Now, what is that? So remember, we have the CBS 11. And of course, I've broken down this many times. When you type in murder into gematria, you get 8311 and 3811. Both of those numbers are the same numbers because they're all 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 8 plus 3, which is 11 in the gematria, and 38, which is just inverse of 83, which is also 11, which is why they made that movie called Murder by Numbers. And inside of the title of the movie, the letters were actually made with the number 83 under Sandra Bullock. And so this goes back, when you look up sigil magic, you'll also find something called chaos magic. They'll say sigil magic goes back to chaos magic. That's actually one of its labels. Sigil magic and chaos magic are synonymous to certain magicians. Why is it called chaos magic? Why associated with chaos? Chaos goes back to Apep, the god of chaos in Kemet. And chaos goes back to this symbol right here. This is the Baphomet symbol. And you'll notice that this one actually has the letters around it. This says actually a word. It says Leviathan. I don't know if people are familiar with the word Leviathan, but that's actually the word that it says. Who is Leviathan? Leviathan is the chaos dragon inside of the Bible. Just type in Leviathan and you'll see Leviathan is a chaotic watery dragon inside of the Bible. So in their chaotic sigil magic, they have the word Leviathan right on it, right inside the Baphomet symbol. And I'm going to go ahead and play this. Here we are on the news CNN with Fauci, and get a look. I'm going to show you a living sigil in the back of the news broadcast, moving around, physically moving in front of you, and you don't even see it unless you look past the two people that are talking, you're actually going to see, let me put this back on. What you're actually going to see, you're going to see this. See this symbol right here? Notice that it's pointed down so that the goat's beard is down so that it's a face looking at you. It's not a regular 5-pointed star. It's inverted to the point where it's pointed down. That is the exact same shape over here. Notice it's pointed down. This is the new symbol, News 11. And then we're going to go into the Fauci interview and get a look at this. I'm going to turn the volume up.
Your recommendation on polling and what people could accept. Is that not what you meant?
No, I mean, it's a bit of that. I want to encourage the people of the United States and globally to get vaccinated, because as many as we possibly get vaccinated will get closer to herd immunity. So the bottom line is, it's a guesstimate. I gave a range, and I use any discussion.
Do you see the background moving?
To get to that goal of 70 to 85% of the people vaccinated.
Awesome. These people are
5%
incredible.
of the people vaccinated.
Look at moving in the background. You see the Baphomet inverted, pointing down, just moving.
Immunity. So the bottom line is, it's a guesstimate. I gave a range, and I use any discussion like we're having now, Dana, to encourage people to get to that goal of 70 to 85% of the people vaccinated.
Yeah, so you see the Baphomet moving upside down, with the point going down, and it's moving in the background. Why is there one star pointed inverted down moving in the back of a conversation about the vaxes? What does that star have to do with vax? What does that have to do with it? It's just a subliminal sigil in the back. As you're staring, watching the news, you look in the background and you see this Baphomet moving, slowly going back and forth, back and forth. What is the point of that thing going back and forth? It gets to the other end, it goes back to the other end, back to the other end. These are the subliminal sigils that are right around you. So now, a sigil is a seal. Remember that it is a seal. It's a sign, and it's also a seal. We're going to see where we see that word seal again. So seal created symbolism to seal a magical intent. That is actually why it's called a seal. You seal the magical intent. You put the magical intent in there, and then you seal it up in the symbol that you wear on your ring. You don't want it to escape. You want the energy to stay right there. That's why even in Wikipedia, when you look up sigil, it says right there, look at the term sigil, derives from Latin meaning seal. See that? The seal, which something can be summoned. You want to seal it up in there, and then it can be summoned later. The intent can be summoned later, okay? But look at this. I have told people on multiple occasions that the symbol on what we call money are for magical intent, and those that set up the matrix are magicians. What does it say there at the bottom of your dollar bill, though? It says something very interesting. Let's shrink this down. And of course, there's the eye, again, that was on the Baphomet. But when we shrink it down, what does it say here? What does that say? The Great Seal. They're telling you, they're telling you that it's a sigil. It might as well just say the Great Sigil. It says that it's a seal right there on your dollar bill, and they give you the sigil. They give you all that. You see all those words? You see the symbols and the shapes and how it's in symmetry? You see all the webs and all those symbols? This is actually a sigil that's in your wallet right now that you're passing around, and they told you that it was. They called it the Great Seal, and they put magical symbols on it, and that's exactly what a sigil is. It's a great seal. So to answer the question, I'm glad that question was asked. That is your origins of sigil. That is who used it first with the occultists going back to the 1600s, used by John Dee, Madame Blavatsky later on, and Aleister Crowley and the rest of them. But it's laced with Hebrew angels and Hebrew mysticism. Those are the magical sigils that they use across the Americas or across the globe. And then you have your personal sigils, which is you taking a word and making a symbol of it, that when you see it tattooed on you or on your hand, it activates something in you. And you can do that with anything, but the sigils that are most powerful are the ones that are being used to control you in the matrix, and they put that right on your dollar bill. So that is the sigil, that is its history from back then all the way up to what's in your wallet right now. Thank you for asking that question, Jody. I hope that I answered. If not, there's other channels that maybe they have more, but that is my answer to what a sigil is. I hope everybody appreciated it. That is just one of the of the questions. So boom, there we go. All right, let me get some water. Let me get a little water break in there. Awesome. Let me see the responses in the chat and see if everybody heard the answer, if it was appreciated, if Jody heard it. Let's see if. Okay, we see. Okay, Rigo's putting bombs. Okay, thank everybody. Got it. We got Nanny. Sorry, Capital One. What's in your wallet? Yeah, exactly. We got Nanny says nowhere else where you have breakdowns like these. Wonderful. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. We got Kamit 101 says early in the math class, all I can say is wow. That's all I can say at this point. Great breakdown. Van glorious. Tehuti, this is protected by the red, the black, and the green. Downloading and recording. Kamit is making a whole. He has a whole file of these classes. He wants my hard drive. He wants my software. He wants all the information. I love it. I love it. Wonderful. Okay. So everybody got that. Saba is no joke. Okay, wonderful. So everybody got that. I hope Jody appreciated that. We have Nania said we got a lot of too many to scroll down. But anyways, boom. That is thank you everybody. I'm glad you guys asking those great questions. I broke down way more than just the answer. So I wanted to give some extra stuff in there. You know how we do it over here. So before we go on to the next questions, to all those just stepped into the room, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Send your cash apps in, ask questions, send donations, support, and support what we're doing. This is what I do for a living. I appreciate everybody. I appreciate the moderators. I appreciate everybody in here. Let's continue on. Let's go on. Let me go back to I know there's some people that come in the room and they're looking for drama. They're looking for it's not going to happen here. For those also who ask questions, you can come up to the front. That means that I don't invite anybody up into the StreamYard for drama and arguments, drama arguments. But if there's something, if you actually sent in a Cash App and you want to ask a question live or say something live, you can absolutely come up front. If you can send in a Cash App with a disagreement. It doesn't always have to be an agreement. You can send a Cash App saying, Tehuti, I want to question you on what you taught about the Hebrews, or what you taught about the pyramid, or what you taught about spirituality, or I disagree and I would like to come up front. Absolutely, you'll come up. I'll give you about 2 minutes or so. Break down what you got to break down, say what you got to say, and you can interact here live. You will never be cussed out. You will never be name called. You will never be I'll never talk about your mother, your sister's shoes. None of that. Just strictly information. Okay, we're here to make each other sharp. Wonderful. Okay, let's go back. Let me go to the notifications. And we got Kamit says we need to clone Tehuti. I've actually heard that before. I actually joke about that in my inner family here. I joke about that with my my goddesses and say, what if we clone like 5 of me? And we got Ashley Too Crafty says, shout out to Jody for the question. Shout out and Tehuti for his transparent breakdown. We have a brother here that I see. I believe this is him. He plays the Congo sometimes on Sonetter. His name is Congas, and he's a good brother. He's always here at the Podclass. One day I was watching Sonetter, and I saw him on there. I think Sonetter called him to ask him what the origin is of the Congos, because the same brother that I had in my intro there, Apostle, said that it was Latin, and the brother clarified that and said actually it comes from the Congo. It was so obvious. Shout out to that brother right there, and thank you for your support. Okay, let's get into some more questions. Let me check in. 5x the knowledge. Let's check into some more questions, and more donations and more support. And let me go through everybody here. Let me go down to let me refresh this page. Boom, 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 boom. And we're gonna go down to I think who was next here? Was it a sister? Hold on. Someone who wants to be anonymous but still has a question. One moment. Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna do this. Shout out. I can't even say the name because she does want to be anonymous, so I'm gonna respect that. But here we go again with one of the biggest donations. Starting off, we're starting off with the big donations. I'll shout you out, sister. You know who you are. You want to be anonymous, so I will respect that. I know who you are, and I respect you, so I'm going to cut off the name, and I'm going to make sure that no part of the name is there. And where are we here? Boom. Oh, no. Whoops. I have to do all this manually, ladies and gentlemen, because, like I said, they cut off my super chats, so I have to manually type this in and manually put it on the screen, manually look for the question, and manually cut and paste it. I'm doing all this stuff that the computer would do. It just go bing and show it on the screen. So bear with me and be patient. I'm literally typing all this in as I go manually. So let me give this sister, that's all I can say right now. It is a sister, and the sister is a great supporter, always supporting. 1 second, it's loading, everyone. Great supporter, and she's always there. She always has good questions. 1 moment. I'll do this one-man show here. Here we go. Let me go. Boom. That's loading up. And let me get to. Here we go. It loaded up. And boom. $40. Thank you, sister. She has a it's a donation with a please address the origin of man. I'll address some things about the origin of man. Wonderful, because there's not one. We're going to address it. But shout out to the sister with the great question. Let me do a mic check again. Let me check. Mic check. Move this out of the way. And can you see me, everybody? Look, my hands are green. Okay. Mic check, everybody. Mic check. Somebody put 0. Can you guys hear me? Mic check. Mic check. And thank you. Sinetia Moon says, please send questions or donations via Cash App, TTM Moon, or PayPal. Rocky SV. Oh, there's Jody. Okay, Jody. I didn't see. Okay, there you are, Jody. Jody is here. Okay, wonderful, everybody. Shout out to a new person that came in the room, Darius McNair. Peace to you. Nathaniel Turner. Peace to you. Peace to everybody that's in the room. Eastwood. Okay. Okay, everybody can hear me. Oh, here's somebody new. Kinetic Language, Ava. Shout out to you, Ava. Oh, my favorite name. My name. Here it is. I, self-Lord and Masterer. That's like the name is like a paragraph. I like it. Very nice. Thank you. Okay, Nanny can hear me. Wonderful. Everybody can hear me. Okay, great. Let's continue on. Let me see. One moment, everybody. I'm going to take a break in a moment. Oof. By the way, over here in California, it is April at like 90 degrees out here at nighttime. Woo! It is very, very warm out here. Very, very warm. Let me drink some water. Wonderful. Hold on, everybody. Let me get things. 1 second here. Let me see if I did this right. Oh. Let's see. I'm looking at something right here. All right. How's everybody feeling in the meantime while I'm looking at something here? Hope everybody's feeling great. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are here to break down information and some reason. 1 second, everyone. My computer. Let's go this. Let's try this. Computer is not pulling up screens. Give me a moment, everybody. I'll just talk to everybody for a moment. Okay. My computer was having a little technical difficulty. Wow. Hold on. Let me little technical difficulty. Okay, everybody. Why? Oh, okay. One moment. I'm getting there. I am getting there. Let me do this. I think it's interesting how my computer works sometimes. Sometimes the more energetic I get, the computer starts to go haywire or something. Let's see here. Oh. Try this. I think we're here. I think we got it. Got it. Okay, beautiful. My computer is working normal. Bad. See? It's trying to shut down. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Let me see if I got that. Let me close this. This. Okay, so the sister asked about the origin of man. I'm actually going to play a couple of videos. I have to take a couple minute break. And actually, let me talk about some things before I take the break. I have something being prepared for me right now. So, one moment. I'm going to pull up one more thing. I have a lot of, like Kamit says, I have a huge hard drive to pull up things on. Let me go in my brain. Let me do this. Let's see how good. Give me a moment, everybody. Welcome, everyone, again, to those who just came into the Tehuti Podclass, where you can come and ask questions. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I do my best to answer questions and give you guys clear, understandable answers, whether they're deep or not. I like showing things visually. I don't just like talking. That's why sometimes it may take me a moment because I'm actually pulling up things that I have. Man, I'm not seeing this. Interesting. Hold on. SMA area of the brain. Okay. Oh no. Where is... I got it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put you over here so you can be visible to everyone. Boom and boom. Okay. Here we go, everybody. I am back. Peace and love to everyone. Okay. So Jesus said he sent a message on Facebook. Yes, send your Cash App and everything to the email. I cannot be talking back and forth looking. I get 100 messages on the Facebook every 3 days or so. So as I'm doing the class, it's not possible. Send it to my email. I have a section there for the classes, and it will come and show me, and then I'll be able to read it with the Cash App or with the PayPal. Peace to you. Peace to you, and glad to have you. Glad to have you, Sullen Rock. Sullen Rock. All right. Shout out to KRBR that says peace to all the Israelites on this Sabbath. Amen. And peace to you, KRBR. Peace and love. And peace to you on this Sabbath. Nice to have you in the room. I haven't seen you before. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into it. Okay, so the sister asked about the origin of man. That's a very good question. Let me interact with everybody here for a little bit. Let me interact. Origin of man. Let's see how many different type of people in here. The origin of man. Let's see. How old is man? Everybody can type in the room. How old is man? According to the Bible, man is about 6,000 years old. How old is man? How old is man? And is man the same as human? Is man the same as a human? Most people will say yes, man, human. Let me break it down. In actuality, hey, Phil, peace to you. Phil, Clabe, peace to you. All right, so man. What is man? What is a human? What is a human? To understand the origins of man, first we have to understand what in the world is a man, because there's actually different types of man and different types of origins. There's not one origin because there's not one man. There's not one type of man. We think that there's an origin and that man is one thing because of Bibles and Quran that gave us the concept when it says, let us make man. But a very interesting thing was said after that. It didn't say, let us make man in the so-called Bible. With everything else, it said, let us make this, let there be this, let there be this. But when it said, let us make man, it said, in our image. That came from an ancient text. And we're going to get into some things here because it was already man, but there wasn't man in a certain image of whoever was talking at the time. But let's get into it, everybody. Man. How old is man? Okay, so here's an interesting one. We got Bing Bong. Homo sapiens are approximately about 200,000 years old. They actually updated that. We'll see if we have time to get into that. It's actually about 350,000 years old. 300,000 to 350,000 years old. In Morocco, we're 200,000 years old. Going down the Nile Valley. Very good answer, though. Very good answer. Okay, so let's go into what a man even is. Let me go. What is human? Did you know that you are an ape? If you say that you are a human, I want you to know that you're saying that you're an ape. Let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into it and see where these terms even come from. Are these terms even terms? that are describing what we originally were. So let's check it out. All right, so here is the definition of human. Human, there's two definitions of human or man. There's the etymological definition, which actually is one who is opposed to the gods. A lot of people don't know that. That's in my book, Stepping Out of the Matrix. Human means one who is opposed to the gods in one of the definitions. But here is the scientific definition. Human, known in taxonomically, I can't never say that word. Taxonomical, that word is so strange. Taxonomically, I guess I said it right. As Homo sapiens, Latin, wise man, knowing man, are the only living species of Homo genus of bipedal primates and Hominidae, the great ape family. Understand, ladies and gentlemen? We're using if you use these terms, then you have to agree with what the terms mean, because you have no right to change the meaning of scientific terms. You have absolutely no right. That is a lazy thing that a lot of us do. We take a word and all of a sudden we create our own meaning, but we don't have a dictionary to match the meaning. That means you can't change the meaning of one word in a language without having your own dictionary. Can't do it. You can't say Africa to me means blah, 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 and I say, well, where's the rest of the words in your dictionary, sir? Or you only have one word, and the rest of the words I should go by Webster's, but with this one word, we should go by you. That's not how life works. That's how laziness works. You should have your own language or create a language, but don't just take a word from someone else's language, change that one word, and then agree with all the other words. I see people do it all the time. They say human. They say, I'm just human. I'm only human. And I'm like, what does that mean? Human is a primate hominidae, a bipedal primate hominidae. What do you mean you're only human? What else are you supposed to be but a primate hominidae of the great ape family? So as soon as you call yourself a human, in other words, Hebrew Israelites cannot call themselves a human. Christians cannot call themselves a human. Muslims cannot call themselves a human. If you believe that you were created by any type of God, you can no longer, from this point, call yourself a human, because a human is of the great ape family. And you, ladies and gentlemen, do not agree, most of you do not agree that people have any relation to a great ape or any type of ape, because we're taught in the religious sections that God made us. It doesn't say that we evolved from apes. It doesn't say we tie into apes or anything to do with apes, but yet every pastor is using the word human. It is completely ridiculous. So, great ape family, anatomically, modern humans originate, and here's where Stranger got it right. Boom, boom, boom. Originated in Africa about 200,000 years ago. They've actually found some in Africa. It still stays in Africa, but they found some on the other side in Morocco that goes around 300,000 years now. Still within what they call Africa. Reaching full behavioral modernity around 50,000 years ago, which is the date of where you get the oldest caves in South Africa. A whole other story to that. Apes are members of Hominidae superfamily, including humans. There are two families of hominids. Okay, you have Halobatidia equals 12 species of gibbon, including the lar and the Siamese lesser apes. Okay, that's one family of the apes. The next one is the one that everybody says they are, but yet says they're not. Hominidae, gorillas, chimpanzees, orangutans, and humans are great apes. This is a rendition of what they call Lucy, which actually goes back before Homo sapien. To the bones of Lucy that goes back millions of years, as opposed to what we are closer to, where there was a great change that religious people can't explain, but there was a great change and a disappearance of certain creatures that look like this when they did the DNA and the what is that called? I forgot the term these scientists use. But they did the DNA and they put the creature back together to what it would look like based on where the hair would be, based on the jawbone structure, where the arms would be, the length of the feet, the length of the arms. And this is what they came up with. This is the creature that the Nation of Islam, unfortunately, because they didn't have knowledge at the time, when they say, we go back, we, black people, we go back 2.8 million years ago to Lucy, 1.7 million years ago to Lucy, back to Africa. Lucy, the great black woman. But that was before the Nation of Islam actually did further research. Back in those days, it sounded good, but when everybody looked up Lucy, hey, when they did the genome sequence, that is, the genome sequence, and they saw what the creature would look like, here is your Lucy. This is the creature that all pro-black people at one time were bragging about. When they say black people are the original people, we go back to Lucy when Dr. Leakey found those bones. They knew the black man. This is what they're talking about. So here's this creature that if you saw this, you wouldn't date her. You wouldn't bring her to your mother. You wouldn't ask her for a phone number, nor her Snapchat. So here is Lucy. That is the creature that came before the Homo sapien homidia, which is a human, right? Going back to Africa. So I just wanted to clarify the word human first. Now we're going to go through a couple of original creatures that people don't know. When they talk about, once again, when they talk about the oldest bones going back to South Africa, yes. In the early 1910s, two farmers stumbled across bits of fossilized skulls near Boskop in South Africa. Yes, these were hominids, but they didn't look like Lucy, actually. They didn't look like Lucy, and they didn't look like Bill Cosby, and they didn't even look like Michael Jackson. They didn't even look like anybody that you would be familiar with. They did look like something that we're familiar with, which we're going to get to. So here's some of the bones they found of the Boskop man. Okay, that's Boskop man 1. Now here, wow, the typical modern person's brain was around 1,400 cubic centimeters. The brain size of this skull was estimated to be about 1980 centimeters. 1980 cubic centimeters. That is humongous. That is much larger than the skulls we have now, but it is still considered of the hominid family. What did the Boskop man look like? Here we go. Boom. Other specimens from South Africa were added to species which was called Homo capensis, also known as the Boskop man. Here are some of your old South Africans. This is not what all the South Africans look like, but it is the bones. These are the bones that a lot of people ignore when they start talking about the origins of man and the original man. They always bypass the Boskop man and the skull of the 1980 cubic centimeters, much bigger. This looks like what you would call an alien today or a gray today, but this is 100% real. You don't have to believe in Star Trek. You don't have to believe in Encounters of the First. You don't have to believe in anything alien other than archaeology and the research to see that some of the original men and women on the planet had this type of skull. Is this where the Nation of Islam gets Yaqub's story from with the head the size of two men? Who knows? But there was people on the planet with definitely the head the size of two men. That is the Boskop man. Let's get another rendition of the Boskop man. Some scientists became convinced that the Southern African was once home to the mysterious race of big-brained, small-faced people. If I were to show you this image right here without the explanation of the Boskop man, you would say, Tehuti, you believe in aliens. If I were to describe a creature with extremely small shoulders, look at the shoulders, extremely small shoulders, small nose, no lips, and a huge cranium that looked like this. And I say these are what some of the original beings on the planet look like that are not here anymore. Where did they go? We'll find out. But they're not here anymore on the planet, but here's your original South Africans. Here's what they look like. Tehuti, you believe in aliens? Nope. This is what the original beings look like. The reason why I'm pointing this out is to say that there's no origin of just one man, that there was multiple origins of different types of creatures and men on the planet, some of them happening simultaneously. A lot of these beings live simultaneously with each other. So you go back millions of years to the first, what they call the first woman type creature that looked nothing like Janet Jackson or Cardi B or any woman you'd see today. It looked like another creature. And then you go back to some of the original men and women in South Africa, and now this looks like another type of creature. So when people say, what's the origins of man? Religious people and pro-black conscious teachers can't fit this into the story. That's why they never talk about this creature. This is not the only type of creature. Also, if you want to do some more research on this, we have Big Brain, The Origins of the Future Human Intelligence, Gary Lynch and Richard Granger. And it concludes that the head of the Boscott man was 30% larger than ours, which indicates a large forebrain and then possibly a higher IQ. Okay, you can go look up this book right here. Go look up the information. Okay, so if I were to show you a picture of these two images right here, and I say, please tell me which one is the Boscott man, which one is the alien, what is going on, we'd say those look like aliens. We don't know what the ancient creatures look like until we do anthropology, archaeology research, and they do genome studies and they put the bones together, and you'll see that a lot of creatures that were walking this planet in early evolution of man do not look like what we would call man, and then some that do. Although your average man doesn't look like this, but this goes back to another original man that predates the original man. When I say an original man that predates the original man, is because technically the original man would have been Homo sapien, going back 200,000 years ago. They say there were no Homo sapiens prior to that, and Homo sapiens are actually what we would call man today. So prior to that, there was different types of creatures, such as what's called today in the scientific world the Heidelbergensis. The Heidelbergensis goes back 600,000 years ago. It used to live in Africa and Europe and Western Asia about 600,000 years ago. This is before Homo sapien. This is before Adam and Eve. This is before Kemet. This is before Sumer. This is before all of that. But yet you still had a different kind of man. Notice that this one doesn't look anything like Lucy. And this one doesn't look anything like the Boscott man. Yet all these creatures are on the planet, right? You can also look up this one. This is Homo nadali in the Rising Star Cave System. Caverns found an as yet unknown entrance to a room called the Naledi Chamber. And what do they find? Located 30 meters under the surface, 98 feet, the room is littered with thousands of bones showing unique features. This is another type of creature. This is Homo nadali, right? Now, as their skeleton anatomy was determined to possess ancestral features known from the Australopithecine, with more recent features associated with later homonyms. Isn't that interesting? So now we have a mixture. We have a creature that is has the features of the Australopithecine. So by the way, the Australopithecine bishopi is the Lucy creature that I showed. But this evolutionary creature has features of the Australopithecine with more recent features associated with later homonyms. So it's a mixture. It's not the Homo erectus or later homonyms. It's not that. It's not the Boscott man. It's not the Heidelbergensis. And it's not Lucy. It's not the Australopithecine, but yet it has features in common with both. All right. This shows processes of evolution. Things are changing because, again, where are these creatures now? Where are they? So here's the Denali chamber. and the bones that they found in the entrance going down to the what they call Unit 1, Unit 3, Unit 2, Unit 1, Unit 3. And down there is an explanation. If you want to pause that when the video is played again on YouTube, you can. So it's a mixed species. Here we go. Oh, so here are the bones, and it's the Deneladi skeletal specimens. The figures includes approximately all of the materials incorporated in the diagnosis, including the holotype specimen, paratypes, and referred material. These make up 737 partial or complete anatomical elements. Many consist of several refitted specimens. So it's a combination type creature, when showing characteristics of an ancient evolutionary type creature with a modern hominid. These creatures are no longer walking the planet right now, or we don't see them anymore. Okay, so if you want to look this up, this is Homo naledi, is now an extinct species of hominin, with anthropologists first described in September of 2015. Having to the genus Homo, fossil skeletons were found in the Gauteng province of, again, South Africa. It always goes back to this African area, as they call it today. And Chamber of the Rising Star Cave, part of the Cradle of Human World Heritage Site, about 50 kilometers. Now we're going to get into the dates. Although archaic features of its skeleton resemble the fossil specimens roughly 2 million years old, in 2017, the fossils were dated close to 250,000 years old. So they're 50,000 years older than the Homo sapien, or at that time, which was the oldest Homo sapien. So they're older than the Homo sapien. They look like a Homo sapien, but they have all the genetic features also of the Australopithecine. So the contemporary with larger brain, anatomical modern humans, Neanderthals, and the Denisovans. Research team therefore think that H. nadali is not a direct ancestor of modern humans, but probably an offshoot with homogeneity. They're still trying to figure this creature out. It's not the Boskop. It's not any of the other ones. Okay. One of the most exciting treating discoveries in 2013 was made in the South African cave. Here it is, and there is a skull. This is now here's another one, right? The Rudolfensis is a much debated species, especially over whether it should be classified with the Homo or the Australopithecus. Now this is the Rudolfensis, another one. You see all these different origins of man, how there's no origin. There is no origin, because this creature has a different origin than the other one. There's different type of species going on, right? Only known throughout a handful of fossilized bones. This one's in Kenya in 1972. So they all go back to different parts of Africa. Despite the archaic features of his brain, was in fact significantly larger than that of the two other earlier species. So the brain was different. Okay. And then you have reconstructions revealed that Homo rudolfensis had a distinctive appearance from these contemporary humanid species, with large cranium and a long, wide, flat face. So this one doesn't look like the Boskop man. This one doesn't look like the Heidelbergensis. This one doesn't look like the Lucy, the Australopithecine bishopi. All of these creatures are on the planet, and they're evolving at different stages, at different times, and sometimes at the same time. This is why they had to create religion. This is why they had to create religion. Okay. Actually, we're going to get into that a little bit later. So what I'm going to do, and I also want, I'm going to do, I have to take a little break. So in the break, I'm actually going to play a couple of videos for you all, and yeah, I'm gonna play a couple of videos of mitochondrial Eve. How many people heard of mitochondrial Eve? Oh, by the way, see this thing, this one right here, the Bascot man with the big head and little shoulders, small type of creature, man with a large brain. I just want to show you. I just wanted to show you this right here. Okay. King Tut's children that didn't survive, and we'll get into that later, but you see the long arms, the huge head, full structure. We'll get into that later. So there's a lot of creatures on this planet, so nothing can be traced to only each creature can be traced to its original. You understand? Each of the creatures, there's an original Bascop evolutionary creature. There is original Heidelberg Brigensis going back 600,000 years ago. There's original Australopithecine going back some 2 million years ago. That is not the same origin as the Bascot man. Each of these creatures have their own origin. It's the Bible that taught us that there's one man, one origin. But I'm going to go ahead and play some videos for you while I take a little break. Let me just check on the room real quick before I take my break. 113 people in the room. Thank you for your support. Thank you for everybody in the room. Then the film. We may get into that if you send in a cash app on that. Yeah, then the film. 117. Yeah, 117, 113 is a lot of people in the room. I hope you all are learning. I hope you all are taking your notes. This is how I answer questions. No need to raise my voice. No need to yell. No need to insult anyone. No need to say you stupid booger nuts or whatever and talk about people. Most of you in the room had no idea what all those evolutionary creatures were, and that's absolutely fine because there was a time where I didn't know. I wasn't born knowing about the Heidelbergensis and the Australopithecine. This is all years of research. And when you start researching the origins of the earth, you'll start to see there's many different creatures. So when somebody tells you that they've been abducted by an alien or they went into the forest and saw some other type of thing, we're quick to write them off and say, no, you've been watching too much Ancient Aliens and too much Star Trek. No. These things existed before that. Before that, there are thousands of creatures and unidentified creatures on the planet to this day. Right now, it is egotistical to think that we know of every creature. That concept came from the Bible again. That concept that we know every creature on the planet came from the Bible. It came from the story that God took every living creature and placed everything in front of Adam, and he said, you'll be called this, you'll be called that, you'll be called this, you'll be called that. Oh, you know how long that would take? Every creature on every species, the ants, the 5,000 species of ants and spiders, the gazelles, every creature, that must have took about 80 years for one man to say, you'll be called this and you'll be called this. Oh, by the way, they got to go into the ocean. The fish, this fish down here, anglerfish down here, about 1,000 feet or plus below the surface of you'll be called this. The art, go back up to the aardvark. We got to run over to Australia. This is complete chaos. But because of that biblical teaching, we actually have in our subconscious mind that we know every creature on the planet Earth, and that's not true. There was no man on this planet Earth that knows all of the creatures on the planet Earth. That's a straight Bible nonsense. It never existed on the planet. I'm going to go ahead and play some videos, take a break, but it's not a break. It's just a break for me. You guys still have your pen and pads and absorb because I'm going to be playing the videos and you guys are going to be, we're going to learning because I'm going to play some videos on the MRCA, the most recent common ancestor, mitochondrial Eve, and all those good things. Get your pen and pads out. Welcome all those to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me say again before I take my break, this is the PayPal for you to support. Send your donations in or your questions. Send them into the Cash App. While I'm gone, if people come into the room and have questions, not on knowledge, don't start asking the moderators about if the Boss Scott man was here, then what does that mean about the caves in South Africa? Don't ask the moderators any type of knowledge questions. These beautiful moderators are here to help guide you to where you can get the books, where you can get the links. If you come in, you don't see me, and you ask, when is Tehuti coming back? They'll explain that I'm coming back at this time. If you want to know how to support, if you want to know when my last debates are, if you want to navigate through the room and understand a little bit about the room, those are the kind of questions you ask the moderators. Also, you can ask Ahati, Ma'at, those questions. So shout out to the beautiful moderators, Unki and Ma'at, Danny Aset Mur, Saneti Amun. Those are the ones you ask questions to about those type of things. Do not ask them anything about does melanin absorb the chlorophyll. Just that's distracting from the class. And while you're taking notes on that, I'm teaching something over here and you're missing that. So they're not going to answer you anyways. They're just going to help you guide through the room. These are the books for those who want to pick up PDFs. You can email me and I will tell you how to get these my PDF books. That is Melanin Dark Consciousness. That is Stepping Out the Matrix. And to my AI moderator, she says support with the Cash App. She's pointed up. Support with the Cash App. Questions to TT Amun. I'm going to take her off. I'm going to take the long banner off the bottom. I'm going to put on the ticker. And then I'm going to put on the videos. Here we go, everybody. One moment. So much going on. So much going on. I have so much. So much happening, but this is beautiful. This is years and years and years and years of research. What am I going to bless you guys with? Let's go for mitochondria. Let's go for some mitochondrial Eve here. One moment, let's see. Get the volume right. Nice. Okay, here we go, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and put this on the screen for you guys to see. And I'm going to take a couple-minute break. And you guys enjoy while I'll be back. I'll be back. Okay, stop my cam. Keep this on. Share the screen. And you guys take notes of the Tehuti Podclass. We're here for knowledge. Let's get a screen share. We're here for knowledge, not drama. Here we go. Everybody can see that. I'm going to hide this. And there we go. I'll be back. Oh.
This work is called Mitochondrial Eve. It's a piece I'm hoping to make, which will be about 15 foot high. And it's a group or a tribe called the San, who live in the Kalahari Desert in South Africa. They live by hunter-gathering, and have done so for many, many thousand years, perhaps 60, 70, 80,000 years. But at some time, there was a bottleneck where these people began to die out, and a smaller group of women were left. Mitochondrial Eve is based on the fact that mitochondria is passed down through the genetics to each of us, and they can track that DNA back to this small group of people who we're now annihilating for the gold, diamonds, and platinum in the ground where they live. This piece is to remember the San, who I think were our forefathers.
Anything else come on?
In human genetics, the mitochondrial Eve is the matrilineal most recent common ancestor of all living humans. In other words, she is defined as the most recent woman from whom all living humans descend in an unbroken line purely through their mothers, and through the mothers of those mothers, back until all lines converge on one woman. In terms of mitochondrial haplogroups, the MTMRCA is situated at the divergence of macro haplogroup L into 0 lira and 1 lira 6. As of 2013, estimates on the age of the split ranged at around 150,000 years ago, consistent with a date later than the speciation of Homo sapiens, but earlier than the recent out-of-Africa dispersal. The male analog to the mitochondrial Eve is the Y chromosomal atom, the individual from whom all living humans are patrilineally descended. As the identity of both matrilineal and patrilineal MRCAs is dependent on genealogical history, they need not have lived at the same time. As of 2013, estimates for the age YMRCA are subject to substantial uncertainty, with a wide range of times from 180,000 to 580,000 years ago. The name mitochondrial Eve alludes to biblical Eve, which has led to repeated misrepresentations or misconceptions in journalistic accounts on the topic. Thank you for watching. Like and subscribe if you would like to view more of our videos. Have a nice day.
Humans inherit mitochondrial DNA only from the mother. So, in order to pass on empty DNA from generation to generation, the mother must have an unbroken link of female descendants. Unlike nuclear DNA, which undergoes recombination, much of empty DNA is passed from mother to daughter, relatively unchanged. If we take a sample of empty DNA from a population and try to reconstruct their matrilineal ancestry using the very slow mutation rate of empty DNA, we might arrive at a single female common ancestor, a mother whom we can all relate to from our mother's side. This is exactly what Can, Stoneking, and Wilson did in 1987, and found out that, in fact, all humans alive today do have a common female ancestor who probably lived about 200,000 years ago in Africa. They named her mitochondrial Eve. Analogous to this, tracing Y chromosomal DNA, which is only inherited from father to son, points to our common father, Y chromosomal Adam. However, there is no reason to believe that mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam lived at the same time. Likewise, they were not the only humans living at the time, but their contemporaries failed to produce a direct matrilineal or patrilineal descent. Also, mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam were only the most recent common ancestors. Going back in time, we can even find common ancestors of species all the way back to the first single-celled organisms. What's more, our actual common ancestor following both mother's and father's side probably lived as early as 5,000 to 10,000 years ago. All this shows that we are so closely related, more so than we could ever imagine. However, there is no reason to believe that mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam lived at the same time. Likewise, they were not the only humans living at the time, but their contemporaries failed to produce a direct matrilineal or patrilineal descent. Also, mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam were only the most recent common ancestors. Going back in time, we can even find common ancestors of species all the way back to the first single-celled organisms. What's more, our actual common ancestor following both mother's and father's side probably lived as early as 5,000 to 10,000 years ago. All this shows that we are so closely related, more so than we could ever imagine.
archaeologists announced they had unearthed the oldest Homo sapien remains ever discovered. Analysis reveals the fossils date back about 315,000 years, making them more than 100,000 years older than those previously thought to be the oldest. The history-altering fossils were found on a hillside in the Moroccan desert. Researchers recovered skull fragments, teeth, and other bones from 5 individuals, along with stone tools and evidence of fire usage. The discovery reveals that the bone structure of these early humans' faces are not much different from ours.
To me, it's quite striking is that the reason why we connect these people to us is their face, the way they look. So it's people we would recognize like us if we would cross them in the street.
The fossils also change the way we think about where early humans developed. They were discovered on the western edge of the African continent, thousands of miles away from the so-called cradle of humanity in Ethiopia, the site where the former oldest human remains were unearthed, challenging another fundamental idea, that our species evolved in just one location.
You know, it's so fascinating how much we don't know about ourselves, right?
Very exciting, all of this.
Imagine stumbling on that.
I'm struck at how good their dental work.
Amazing teeth ever discovered. Analysis reveals the fossils date back about 315,000 years, making them more than 100,000 years older than those previously thought to be the oldest. The history-altering fossils were found on a hillside in the Moroccan desert. Researchers recovered skull fragments, teeth, and other bones from 5 individuals, along with stone tools and evidence of fire usage. The discovery reveals that the bone structure of these early humans' faces are not much different from ours.
To me, it's quite striking is that the reason why we connect these people to us is their face, the way they look. So it's people we would recognize like us if we would cross them in the street.
The fossils also change the way we think about where early humans developed. They were discovered on the western edge of the African continent, thousands of miles away from the so-called cradle of humanity in Ethiopia, the site where the former oldest human remains were unearthed, challenging another fundamental idea, that our species evolved in just one location.
You know, it's so fascinating how much we don't know about ourselves, right?
Very exciting, all of this.
Imagine stumbling on that.
I'm struck at how good their dental work.
Amazing teeth. Good job, Homo sapiens of Morocco.
Archaeologists announced they had unearthed the oldest Homo sapien remains ever discovered. Analysis reveals the fossils date back about 315,000 years, making them more than 100,000 years older than those previously thought to be the oldest. The history-altering fossils were found on a hillside in the Moroccan desert. Researchers recovered skull fragments, teeth, and other bones from 5 individuals, along with stone tools and evidence of fire usage. The discovery reveals that the bone structure of these early humans' faces are not much different from ours.
To me, it's quite striking is that the reason why we connect these people to us is their face, the way they look. So it's people we would recognize like us if we would cross them in the street.
The fossils also change the way...
Okay, we are back. We are back. Greetings, everyone. Welcome back to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me get the mic back. Okay, wonderful. So that is the information I'm going to give right now because the question was just, discuss some of the origins of man. Not personally from a biblical standpoint, a Quranic standpoint, or even a Sumerian or Egyptian creation story. I didn't want to get into those, but get into the researchable archaeological anthropology that everybody has access to, regardless of your belief system. We all have access to that information. That information is not refuted. Right? That information is not refuted by your belief system. Your belief system is your belief system. But as far as those bones that were found, those are factual. That's information. That's something that It's not limited to any race. That's not white man's information. That is just information. People of all different races, all different types of scientists can go to the site, have access to them. And the interesting thing I want to point out about that is that this is why let me get a mic check first. Let me get a mic check, make sure everybody can hear me. Press 1. What is something to say? Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all. Remember that. Thank you. Press 1. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Wonderful. Okay. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. All right. The interesting thing I want to use that to break a little matrix with everybody. So one of the reasons why I don't argue over, you never see me arguing over whether I'm Egyptian, whether I'm from Western Africa, whether I'm from Eastern Africa, or I am haplogroup H210EB13828585335. I don't argue or discuss any of those things because they are completely irrelevant. They are completely irrelevant. They're just used for egotistical distraction. They actually don't help you as a person whatsoever. As far as Black people arguing, when people argue over, I'm West African, you're arguing over a title that the European gave you. There's no such thing as West Africa. There's no such thing as East Africa. There's no such thing as, all these are titles. What did Ramesses call himself? What did Shaka Zulu call himself? What did the people of the Zulus call themselves? What did people actually call themselves? Did they call themselves, did they even acknowledge it was such a place called Africa? So once you start arguments over the Egyptians weren't the first people, the people in West Africa were the Moors, and once you start those kind of arguments, you're actually arguing over their terminology. It is a complete waste of time. I will say, old bones were found in what would be called the Nile Valley today, and ancient bones were found in West Africa. Bones were found all over. Heidelberg bones were found. Bones were found in Kenya. Bones were found all over the place. Great. Now that we know that those bones were found there, there's no need to try to argue over which one you are, because you don't even know. You don't know which one you are, and it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter which one. It doesn't matter which one you are. It doesn't change your spiritual path. It doesn't change anything about anything whatsoever. It's just arguments over absolutely nothingness. When people come to me and say, well, Tehuti, you're not Egyptian. What does that mean? Egypt is a place. So the trick is that they have us arguing over places and not talking about who we actually are. I'm not Egyptian because my ancestors built what was called Egypt. In order to build the place, that means you had to exist before the place. You understand that? If you build Kemet, then that means you existed before the place had a name. You were there first. So I focus on the people's minds. What is the consciousness of people? Not where you're from. Not I'm from. It's we're arguing over places that do absolutely nothing. That means if you remove the conscious involvement in those places, you know what you have? You have beautiful grass and some trees. You don't have any pyramids. You don't have any temples. You have no language. You have nothing to brag about, because it's you that built it. It's people's consciousness, not the place. Egypt didn't build itself. It didn't build itself. Kemet didn't all of a sudden spring out pyramids and spring out things. It's the consciousness. And wherever we traveled with high consciousness, we built things all over. It just so happens that when it comes to spiritual information, it goes, we started it there first, but it's us that started it, not the place. Egypt did absolutely nothing. And I'm going to say that again. Kemet did absolutely nothing on the planet. Kemet did nothing. It's one of the things I did in my debates where I won my debate when the brother said, do you follow Kemet? No, I don't follow Kemet. Kemet is the name of a country. We built the country. So you don't follow the country, you follow the people. The country itself is just dirt sitting there. Kemet is no different than Australia if there's no people there. It's the consciousness of the people that you follow, not the place. That means that you could go somewhere else and build something else. It's the people, but they have us arguing over places. You're not Jamaican, you're Dominican. You're not Dominican, you're from Trinidad. You're from Haiti. Well, I'm from West Africa. And then you're arguing over who cares? Who cares? And the Hebrew Israelites and other brothers and sisters that argue over these things, you don't care about that when you meet a girl at the bus stop, when you meet a girl at a party, or you meet a girl walking on the streets, and brothers and sisters, you meet a brother, a nice looking brother who has intelligence. You don't ask him, are you haplogroup H21O50B? Ooh, I can't marry you then, because you're not haplogroup H2. You're not from the West African. We don't do that. You don't do that. You learn all those things later. So as I showed you, evolutionary man was evolving all over different places. Kenya, what they call Kenya, Ethiopia, South Africa with the sand people, all the way up in Morocco. The planet was going through evolution, and most of it started in what we would call Africa. I don't really like that term, but that area right there. And then we started branching off from there. And then through racism, after we branched off from those places, we stopped calling ourselves the places. It became so strange. We started calling ourselves the names of new land masses, as if we didn't come from another place to get to the landmass. And when somebody says, I'm Mexican, and I said, can I find some ancient bones in Mexico? Life evolved in Mexico? Or did you migrate to Mexico? While you were migrating, were you Mexican? As soon as you stepped on the land, you're before it was called Mexico, what were you? So that's the division that they have us all in, arguing over division. And most of the titles are European titles that we're arguing over. I always step into these conversations and I say to people, try having those arguments only using the titles that the people call themselves. Go ahead, go. Argue over who's African, who's black, who's West African, only using the terminology that the people that you're arguing about would have used, and you can't even hold the argument. All right, everybody, wonderful. Enough of that, and thank you, sister, for asking that. We're going to go to the next one. On to the next one. Let's see. We have, who is here? We have, we have another anonymous supporter. Okay, let me go ahead and give, so thanks again to the other anonymous supporter for that large donation. And we have another anonymous supporter. She knows who she is. And I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out to you. You texted me earlier. And thank you for your support. Let me go into the room and go ahead and boom. And shout out to you for, okay, here we go. Shout out to you for, let's see what we got. The $10, we have $10 from another anonymous supporter. For support, please, anonymous, please love the Podclass. We love you too. We love the support. Thank you for the support. You know who you are. And we appreciate everything and all the support. Whether you want to be anonymous or whether you want to say your name, we appreciate all of it. Thank you so much. So that was her. And okay, now we have Brian Wallace. I wanted to actually make sure that this brother was in the room so he could maybe clarify what he wanted to know. He wanted to talk about the importance of language, but let me go ahead and put this in the room. Here we go. Shout out to the brother here. Where are you? Let me go. Boom. Great support. to Brian Wallace. Brian Wallace, who said, can we talk on the importance of philology? And when he first typed it, I thought it was a typo. I thought he was saying philosophy. And I said, that's a great topic. Wonderful. So if you're in the room, Brian Wallace, go ahead and ask a specific question on it, because there's so many variants on the topic of language. I'd like to know what you'd like to talk about, and then I'll get into that. Let me check and see. So shout out to you for the support, Brian Wallace. And Brian Wallace is going to get the books also. Shout out to you. Let me check the room and see if you're in the room, Brian Wallace, because sometimes the names in the chat room are different from the names in the Cash Apps and the PayPal. So I want to make sure this brother is in the room so I can specifically see what on that topic he wanted to actually speak on. So Brian Wallace, are you in the room? If not, no problem. We can get to it next podcast, or if you want to get to it, we'll get to it again. Okay. Brian Wallace. So moderators, keep checking the room for me and see if you see a Brian Wallace pop up, and then notify me. And let me see something here. Hold on. Notify me and let me know that you got it. Okay, I got a message from a moderator that a lucky shot asked a question last week that I didn't get to. A lucky shot, could you remind me of that? I don't know. I don't have that in my this week's file. A lucky shot. Could you email me that question? I don't have it on file right here. Or maybe I answered and you were out of the room, so I didn't hear it. So go ahead and email me that question. And okay, so I'm going to move on. And don't worry, Brian Wallace, if you pop up, we'll go ahead and either get you on the StreamYard, or you can type it out and you can clarify what you wanted to know on the topic. Okay, what is this? Video draft? No, we don't want that. Okay, what do we have here? Okay. Who's this? Melvin. Oh, we have someone in the room sent money for. Is this for the books? What is it? Melvon. That's either a W or two V's. Melvon Brown, are you in the room? Melvon Brown, are you in the room? Melvon Brown, let me check because I received some money in, but I want to know if that is for the books. It's the exact amount of amount of money for the books. The message doesn't say for books though, so I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? Let me go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and just send you the books. Let me go ahead and see something here. So shout out to Melvon Brown. Hey everybody, send your Cash App questions. Looks like we're getting down to the last two. We got one question here about a brain function and one more. Okay, everybody, keep those Cash Apps and PayPals coming in. I don't see any PayPals today. Let me go ahead and shout out to Melvin Brown. And I'm going to assume that this is for the books because you sent it with an email address. So everybody, when you all are getting the sending money for the books, I do say to send the email address so I know where to send them to. So let me go ahead and first give a shout out and respect to the brother here for that. Where's the room? Okay, brand overlay Melvon. Is this Melvon? Melvon Brown. Shout out to you, Melvon Brown. $25. I'm assuming that's for the 2 books because you said your email is omel. That's your email there? Okay, so let me check the room and see if you were looking for a few people now. Spirit of Lack said he or she sent a PayPal. Spirit of Lack. Let me see. Spirit of Lack. I don't. Moderator. You know which one you are. Check a PayPal for a Spirit of Lack. I don't see it here on my side. Spirit of Lack, unless it's under. Unless the PayPal name is different from Spirit of Lack. I don't know. But let me go ahead and let me see. I'm going to go ahead and send this brother the book right now. Melvian. Let me try this here. Okay, I said another Cash App came in. Okay, let me see. Omel. Bean. These names are so strange. Omel. Okay, let me tell this again. Sorry, everybody, hold on. I'm trying to send somebody some. Here we go. Okay. Omel. Bean. At Gmail. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and send you this. Coming through, though. Okay, Melvin Brown. The moderators, you see Melvin Brown in the room. Lucky Shot said I answered his question. I figured I did. Let me see. Yeah, I answered his question. Okay. Lucky Shot said I answered the question. Okay, thank you, Lucky Shot. He said I answered the question. Wonderful. Oh, Donkey. Oh, okay. Donkey. All right. He sent a new question, a new one. Okay, where? I got Jermaine, I got Dominique, and I got Are you Stefan? No. I don't know. Oh, wait. So somebody sent me the Cash App, and then somebody sent me an email saying, Melvin sent a question with that. Okay. So that is Melvin Brown sent in this question, which is too long, I guess, to write in the Cash App. So he said, what do you say here? Ooh, what a question is this? What is the function of the third fourth ventricle of the brain? How important is proper function of them in our overall health? There's like several questions here. Hold on. He said he even apologized. He said, sorry, that's 3 questions. Okay. Are you here, Melvin? Well, he said I won't be able to catch you live. Okay. I see what happened now. So Melvin did not send money for books. He actually sent a question. What a question, though. Wow. Okay. Spirit of Lack. Don't worry. I'm going to keep checking. There's one of the moderators. There's someone over the PayPal section, and they probably have yet to send me the that. Don't worry, donkey. Okay, so wow, what a question over what a question about the third ventricle. And its function and how to be healthy. So 1 second here, let me grab a napkin. Okay, so the third ventricle of the brain. Okay, so the third ventricle of the brain, we'll deal with that for right now. The third ventricle of the brain. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press a 111 if you can hear me. Mic check, mic check. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you can just ask these questions, everything from the origin of man to the origin of man to sigil magic to the third ventricle of the brain. Where can we do this? Where do we have such a crowd with these kind of questions? Wonderful. Let me see if everybody can hear me. Press a 1 if you can hear me. Okay, they said get the man a fan. Get the man a fan. Okay, wonderful. Okay, good. So the ventricle of the brain, the third ventricle, is responsible for trauma. So there's different aspects of the brain. Some are the amygdala, the hippocampus area. Some are responsible for fear, memory. This particular part of the brain is the protection from trauma. This is a very good question, and it's very important that it's known, because trauma is actually one of the things that affect us the most, whether it be in religion, whether it be in relationships, whether it be in fights, arguments, sexual attacks, fearful moments. Trauma is left in the brain. Also, the part of the brain, you'll notice that the brain, I'll see if I can pull up some pictures, but the brain is actually sitting in a fluid. It's actually sitting in a fluid, and it can move independent of the skull, sitting in this fluid. And so the third ventricle is responsible for the pathway circulation of that the fluid. It's called the cerebral spinal fluid. The cerebral spinal fluid. And so the third ventricle is responsible for that too. It's developing pathways for that. Also, this ventricle of the brain is responsible for partitions for nutrient partition pathways. So that's very important to know, because when you're eating food and when you're taking in nutrition, the nutrition does go through the brain and and through the body, and that part of the brain is responsible for the transportation of nutrition. Also, it is responsible for the waste that comes out of the central nervous system. So these ventricles are extremely important. Great question, and I know there was 3 questions, so that is the answer to what the ventricle does. The ventricles do. Oh, that's at least the third one. And now, what can you do? Let me go back to the. It's like a 3-part question here. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, everybody. You can just ask anything. What is this? How important is the proper function of them for overall health? Extremely. It is extremely, extremely important for overall health. So let's say, for example, here's something you could take to help the ventricle system partition nutrients is vitamin B100. So vitamin B100 actually helps this process and helps the ventricles, because it serves as a partition for a particular nutrient or a particular aspect of growth in the body, which is carbohydrates. Carbohydrates, technically, some don't call it a nutrient, but it is under nutrition facts on the back of boxes. On the back of foods, it says nutrition facts, and carbohydrates is one. So, so for example, when you are exercising and you are training the body under hard circumstances, you start to lose what's called glycogen levels. Your glycogen levels go down, and you start to lose natural blood sugars. Your natural blood sugars go down, and then you could go into a catabolic state. So you go into a catabolic state when your blood sugars go down, and your body starts seeking for for sugar nutrients to make up for that which you lost. Also, as a male, your testosterone levels start to drop. Your testosterone levels start to drop. Your immune system starts to drop. All this is happening as you're trying to be healthy. So people are working out and exercising, trying to be healthy, but as they're working out, their body is going through so much tension that their immune system drops, the testosterone drops, and their blood sugars drop. So what happens is afterwards, your body starts looking for glycogen replacement. And so you want to have healthy and fast partitioning pathways, nutrition partitioning pathways. And so vitamin B100 helps that. It actually helps as a pathway to help restore your glycogen levels. And this creates this helps with the fogginess in the brain. A lot of times we have fogginess in our brain function. Back to the cerebrum and how the brain is working, it starts to get foggy and you can't think right. You start to get a little weak, and that's usually because of either lack of hydration or lack of carbohydrates, and sugars that your body needs. So the partitioning sugars that your ventricle system is going to use to partition then that type of nutrients would be dextrose sugar. Dextrose sugar would do so, and also does it with slow acting sugars, such as the sugars that come from sweet potatoes. So it is very important to keep this part of your body healthy, because with this part of your body being unhealthy, you can't transport nutrients properly. And also what happens is nitric acid starts to build up in the body, and it needs to come out of the body. The nitrates and nitric acid is the same thing that's inside of the hot dogs. When you put the hot dog on the grill, and all of a sudden it starts getting big and big and big, and then you eat that goes into the system and blows up your stomach. Your body has to get rid of that. So the ventricle function helps you get rid of these of the waste from the central nervous system, and helps you get rid of that, because if it builds up, of course, you can create toxins. So I would suggest, and you can contact me directly on this, because I want to know more about yourself personally. Are you somebody that works out? Are you somebody that that's going through any particular type of trauma that you want to talk to me about? I have to know how much water you need. There's a lot that I can guide you with to help the ventricles work better, but I have to know more about your physical health. But I would say, just on the average, try to get at least a gallon of water. What is that? Try to get a gallon of water in a day. Definitely add vitamin B100s to your diet. Add citrulline malate. To your diet. That helps get rid of nitric oxides to the system. And also, there's so much you can do, but I would say contact me directly on this one, and I'll give you a little bit more on how to help with these ventricle systems and how to keep yourself healthy, because you can try to protect yourself from trauma, which is good, but if the ventricle system is not working, that's the system that is protecting the brain from certain traumas. So you want your system to be extremely healthy. I'm going to end with that right there, and that's enough for a lot for you to do a lot with. I'm going to tell you to contact me directly, Tehuti Brown, at Facebook, and I will give you some more. I will ask you more about yourself personally, because when it comes to questions like this, personal brain functions and trauma and circulation, just health questions like that, I can give you even more detail the more that I know about you. So thank you, Boom, for that question. and contact me for more, and I will give you more on what you can do to help those, because there's actually so much more, but I'd like to know more about you and what's going on with you, and then I can give a little bit more, but that is what they do. And just contact me directly. I'm not sure if you're in the room, but if you are in the room and you're hearing this, contact me directly for more. I'm going to stop with that for now and give you more after you contact. So thank you for that. That was a beautiful question. Thank you for that. I don't know where else you could ask that on a conscious community level. I didn't expect anybody to be asking about ventricle systems. That's awesome. Thank you. Nania Setmer says, thanks for such an elaborate, concise answer. And you're welcome. You're welcome. And Darius says, Tehuti going in on nutrition too? You got this. Yeah, I've learned a lot in my time. I've absorbed a lot. So yes, feel nutrition questions too. Put me to the test. I mean, you can ask me about Adam and Eve to ventricle systems. You can ask me about the flat Earth to dinosaurs to evolutionary man to ancient Sumerians, Cometians. I love it. I bring it on. Bring it on. I love it. Keeps me sharp as the Saba. And without you as the students, I don't exist. I only exist by myself. So you as the students actually keep me as the teacher, keep me sharp. So thank you. Thank you, Melvin Brown. Appreciate that. Shout out to Comedy, says Tehuti's a giant. Do you notice he is freestyling this info? No slides, no example, just off the top of the dome. we are blessed to sit in the Mahat class. Yeah, shout out to you. Yeah, I think I was teaching a lot of that with my eyes closed. You all can be the same. So let's shout out. Thank you. Let's go on. Melvin, contact me directly. You can ask the moderators how to. Let's see who's next. Thank you, Melvin. And keep in touch. I got much more for you. Shout out to Obi Lati. Obi Lati, if you're in the room, Obi Lati, if you're put the link in the room to your Facebook groups, the one that I think I'm a moderator, I'm an admin there. Put a link in the room to the group. A lot of people in this room would love that group. Share information. It's great. I think one's called Ancient Origins. I have to go look, but put your link in the room, and there's like 50 people joining the room every day. I don't know how that happens. It's amazing. Put a link in the room and have the people here that we will go and support it. So let me give a shout out to you for your support. And let me put you in the room here. Boom. Boom. And where's Obi? So there's two Obis. There's Obi Lati, and I think there's Obi-Wan Kenobi in here. Okay, shout out to you, Obi, with the $10. Shout out to you with the $10. Much respect. This brother is very. Go check out his room. I'm going to see if he put the. You have permission to put the link in the room, my brother. You can put it in the room. People will go there. This brother actually takes his time to. He's self-taught Medunetter. He takes glyphs and stellae, and he takes the time to try to break it down word for word, and then he asks everybody to interact with him on his breakdowns. It's actually one of the most unique things I've seen on Facebook. I don't see anybody doing that. It's very, very good. So shout out to you, Obi, if you are in the room. Shout out to you, and thank you. Okay, let me go check some of the questions. Oh, and let me update everybody. Welcome again to the Tehuti Podclass. For those who are new, You can send questions in on the PayPal, on the Cash App. Send the questions in. It is equivalent to a super chat. It helps support me. It helps support the time. And I get to see the questions, because if you put your questions just in the room, first of all, it's not supporting, and I can't see them because the room, I'm like an engineer with different screens up, and I am not looking at the whole room scrolling down all the time. That's what the moderators are for. But I do get the notification as soon as you send a Cash App or a super chat with the question involved. So help support the room, help support the mission, and help support the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to the moderators in the room, Sanetia Moon, Nania Setmer, Anki Ma'at. You can ask them questions, not on knowledge, but on how the room functions and on how to support, how to get the books, things like that. And this is my AI moderator who says support with questions, TT Moon. Okay, so let's go. We got about another hour. Let me go ahead and check. Not an hour if I feel up to it. I didn't realize it's so late. But shout out to you, my brother, for the support. And we're going to keep going. And so to the brother Shane Donkey, I think my moderator, the moderator that is over my PayPal, I think she is caught up with something right now. She'll be back, and as soon as she comes back, she will send it to me. I will send her a message. She's doing a task right now, so I'll send her a message, and she will send me the PayPal updates. And that's for anybody who sent PayPal that I'm not seeing. I am seeing immediately the Cash Apps. I'm not seeing immediately the PayPals, but I will see them because my moderator will be checking in with me in a few minutes. Shout out to you, Obi, for that support. We have another question. What's this one? This is let me get some water. Jermaine. Hold on. Oh. Jermaine. Shout out to you, Jermaine. Hey, nice question. Nice question here. Let me go ahead and put this in. I actually have never gotten this question, surprisingly. It's about my name. Don't think I've gotten this question, or at least I haven't gotten it in years. Let me go ahead and shout out Jermaine. Jermaine, are you in the room? You may be in the room under another name. Jermaine, are you in the room? I want you to hear the answer and the breakdown. Are you in the room? Okay. So let me go ahead and at least put his support in the room, because he definitely supported with a nice $7. Appreciate it. Let me get this big thing off the bottom of the screen. Boom. And let me get her off the screen for now. Okay. So let me go ahead and back to Jermaine. Where are you? Shout out to Jermaine for... Is this it? Boom. Shout out to Jermaine for the $7. He says for a breakdown of your name and why did you choose it? Okay, I have a long name, so I have a few names. Let me check and see if you are in the room, my brother. Are you in the room? The person who asked that question, Jermaine, are you in the room? Jermaine. Okay, do me a favor, Jermaine. Oh, this is you. Oh, Arcad Infinite. Peace. Arcad Infinite. We have another PayPal. Mishak, peace, bro. I sent you PayPal donations. Okay, I'm going to contact the person who is over that. I'm not getting my PayPal notifications because the person is away from is doing something right now, but don't worry. I'm going to check all of them in just a moment. I'm going to get her attention, and so don't worry, everybody. So we're going to go to do me a favor, Arcade Infinite. The name that you want to know about, which one is it? Because I have a few names. So some people want to know about Saba, some people want to know about Tehuti, Amun, Hotep, Ra. Which just type the name in the room, and then I will put it on the big screen to see which name you'd like to break, which name you know about, which name you'd like a breakdown of. Because I have multiple titles and names. Okay. So Netia Moon says, thank you for your patience. For that must be to Mishak. I'm missing the name right. Mishak. Okay. Mishak. So go ahead, Arcad, type the name you want to know about. Which one? And I will be gladly to break it or them down. You may just want to know about one. You may want to know about the Amun one, the Saba. Which one? So, okay. He said, Tehuti, Amun, Hotep, Ra. All right. Wonderful breakdown of the name. That is a great question. One moment. This podcast is great tonight. Very smooth. Great questions. I like these questions here. 1 second. One second. One moment. I'm moving my screen around. Okay, hold on, everybody. All right. So let's start off with Tehuti. So Tehuti is a hidden name that I actually chose for myself, and did not tell anybody about this name for a long time. I had this name. I would tell people that I have a hidden name and I'm not ready to reveal it. And then I came out with it. At one time I was just going by Amun Hotep Ra. And then I revealed the Tehuti part. So let me do something here. One moment. So let me go ahead and put this on the screen. I'm going to put some things on the screen here and share what inspired some of the things that inspired me and my name. Great question. All right. Am I screen sharing? Okay. So let's take a look at this. This is one of the things that inspired me years and years, actually, before I even chose the name. So this is Tehuti. This is Tehuti, who in Kemet is associated with being the father of science, mathematics, language, architecture. He is the one that all of this goes back to as far as the Natiru are concerned. Tehuti's symbol over here is a particular type of bird. This bird is called the Habi bird, which the Greeks started calling the ibis bird. And the bird is actually called a cam. Let me go ahead and let me get rid of Evolutionary Man. Mitochondria, Eve, human. One moment. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and show you this. So this I've shown in a few classes before, and this is the oldest word for spirit known on the planet. It goes back to 3400 BC, and it is that exact same bird. It goes back to the tomb of Scorpion 1 and the tomb of Abti, and it's also found in the Per-Em-Heru of 1250 BCE. This word, when you go back to it, it is good spirits, and it's also the word for consciousness. Okay, so let me go back to the screen. When I was when I was much younger, when I was first getting into this knowledge, I used to say to Christian and religious people that we are not superior to the animals. I used to always say this. We are not superior to the animals. The only thing that would make us superior is if we mentally were as sharp as the animals were in their world. Then we would be mentally maybe superior. Ever since I was a young man, I always was interested in the mind and how consciousness worked more than physical matter. I was always interested in how do people think? How do people why do people do what they do? And I was very interested in that. So from there, I actually chose the name Kaleem. So my name originally back in 1994 was not Tehuti. It wasn't even a Kemetic name. It was actually a word that I found that meant the word, because I was interested in consciousness. Okay, so as time went on, I was named by a man named Malachi Amenhotep Ra. That's a name that was actually given to me that I didn't name myself. That was a name that was given to me. So the first name Tehuti was because I was very interested in the origin of things and consciousness. And then I realized what that bird was. That bird, I'm gonna see if I can get it for you to show it on the screen. I'm trying to show it in the Medunetter. But that bird that you saw on the screen, it's called a cam bird. A cam. It's actually one of the things that Kemet was named after. Chem. Chem is a word that not only means black or dark, but chem is a word that means to dig for the origin of something. It's a word that deals with consciousness itself. Let me see something here if I can. Get this on the screen. One moment. Okay, so there is another spelling of Kemet, or Kempt, actually is the word, and it means to think out a matter. Okay, it's not spelled the regular way, but in the Medunetter language and in ancient languages, it's the sound that is important, not just the spelling of the word. If you go look up words in ancient languages, you'll see there's several spellings, but the definition of the words crisscross because it's the sound. We're about sound frequency and vibration. So the word Kemet or Kempt is a word that dealt with thinking and conception. I'm going to go ahead and show something here on the screen. On the screen here, and here we go. So you see this word right here, Kempt. It deals with conception, conceiving, the original conception of something, to observe or to think out a matter. This is where the concept of conception came from, tying into conception of a child. If you look at the symbol here, you're going to see a placenta symbol here, a placenta, which is what the baby feeds off of, and you're going to see the penis erecting, ejaculating, and then you're going to see the feminine symbol creating the term Kempt, which means to think out a matter. I became very interested in the definition of this, and I found that the bird, that is Tehuti's bird, is also called a kem, and it means to dig, to think, to sort out, and that's why it has the long beak. So I became very interested in this energy of thinking out matters, constantly using my consciousness to think out matters, to dig for the truth. That's what that long beak is, to dig for the truth. So from there, I found out that the word Tehuti is from the root word tehut, or tehut, T-H-T, which means a book. It means a book, to know. So everything I went to dealt with exactly what I was about, thinking out a matter, a book. They used to call me a walking book when I was back in 1998. They used to make jokes about me and say, you know, for Halloween, you should just come to the people's door as a book. So they said, you'll come to the party as a book because you're a walking book. That was in 1998. So I found the word book was tehut. And it's also the word for book and teach. And that is where the Tehuti name came from, because I was all about the brain, the mind, the thinking, sorting out a matter, going to the root of a matter. So that is the Tehuti part. Okay, so the Amenhotep Ra part came from a man named Malachi. The Amun meant the hidden, that which is hidden. Not just any kind of hidden, though. It deals with a working that you can't see with your physical eye. So the symbol of Amun is a man underneath a working desk or a working table, and you can see the table, that there's work. You can see the work, but you can't see the man underneath. And to me, that represented the work that you, the word work is what developed the word energy. Look up the word energy. Energy and work is the same word. The energy that you can't see, you see the physical finishing of the work, such as subatomic and atomic matter that you can't see working in front of you, but you can touch the table, the object, and the finished product. So it dealt with invisible work, and that's what I was all about. I was all about the invisible world, which dealt with the thinking again. What is going on in this world that I can't see? What's creating all this? Where does this come from? So the Amun-hotep and the Tehuti, the Amun part, matched perfectly. I was all about hidden, secretive work. The Hotep part. So Amenhotep is the name of a family. Amenhotep is the name of a group of men. Amenhotep the first, Amenhotep the second, Amenhotep the third. But so that's one name of actual group of pharaohs. But the Hotep part is the name of an altar, and it deals with bringing something back to something, bringing something to something, which was the purpose of the altar. And it dealt with reciprocity, bringing something back to something, reciprocity. And this is where the term developed into the word peace, because when you do something and you receive something and you feel that it's equal and you feel happy, then you're at a state of peace. Reciprocity is peace. If you feel you're doing all this work and you're not being appreciated, you're never going to be at peace. If you feel that you're being misfairly judged, you're not at peace. If you feel that you lost your son, you're not at peace. When you get your son back, or your daughter back, or your friend back, or the missing dog back, when it comes back to you, then you're at peace. So the Hotep was a symbol of balancement, bringing things back, and a peace. And then finally, the Ra part. So the Ra part was a name that was promised to me. It was a promised name to me, because my teacher at the time told me that if I get teachers underneath me, I will go from Amenhotep to Amenhotep Ra. I will get the Ra part. I will no longer be a Hotep. I'll get the Ra, and my students will be the Hoteps. So I worked, and eventually the teacher said, who do you want to be your students? And I picked two out. I picked a brother named Curtis, and I picked a brother named Ahaz, Alberto Perez. Never forget these guys. And so I picked them out, and at that time, I just took on the name Ra, because I got to the point where I got to pick out students that would represent me. And that's how I got the name. That is the Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. And of course, Ra is the mouthpiece, which deals with the talking again, which went all the way back to my original name in 1993, which was Kaleem. And the word Kaleem meant the word. I was called the word of Allah because I was all about speaking and mentally teaching back in 1983. So they called me Kaleem Allah, Kaleem the word, which did a full circle all the way back to Ra, because Ra is the mouth, which is the word, and it's the symbol for chapter and utterance, which led me right back to the original word for Kaleem, which was Ra, which was the word. So it went full kind of 360 back to the origin. So that's why I always keep my name, even though the person that named me, I no longer follow his teachings anymore. But that is completely irrelevant to the meaning of the name. And I always stress that with people. I like to say this again for everybody. I like to say this for everybody. I want everybody to think on this. You have certain individuals, they're in relationships, and then the relationship breaks up. While they're in the relationship, let's say their name is Shalomo. The man's name is Shalomo, and the woman's name is, let's say, Naphtali, or let's say some other Hebrew name. And they believe in the Hebrew faith, they're following, and everything's good. Then they break up. Okay? Then when I talk to the woman, she says, oh, I was sick of Shalomo. He wasn't treating me right. And I say, oh, nice. What's your name? Shaniqua. Hey, what happened? What happened? You broke up with the man, but why is your name back to the Matrix name? So when I see so if you're about the knowledge and you're about information, your name, if you're still about what the name means, your name shouldn't go back to the Matrix. And that's how you know people always wanted the Matrix. So if people are together and then they break up, and then all of a sudden I'm back, I'm Karen again. I'm Karen. Well, what happened to the spiritual aspect that you were learning? Even though if you broke up with the person, aren't you still about the knowledge anymore? So you'll find a lot of people separate, or they'll leave. Now, if you don't believe in the teaching anymore, then that's good. Then yes, if the teaching represents something you're against, but if the name was something that meant something to you dear, then your name should be kept. My name is very powerful. So even though I'm not with the particular teacher that gave me the name, if it wasn't for that teacher and every step in my life, if it wasn't for me being a Seventh-day Adventist, if it wasn't for me having a Christian mother, if it wasn't for me arguing with the pastor in order to live in my home, if it wasn't for me being in church and lifted up in the air and thrown out of the church physically in the air, if it wasn't for Rastafarians taking my pamphlets and rolling them up into marijuana and smoking them in my face, if it wasn't for all of these things that I went through, I wouldn't be who I am now. So therefore, I keep my name, and that is my name, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, regardless of what happens in life and what my name may change or add on to. Those names will always stay the same. And you can test somebody's loyalty to the truth to see if they're really in the truth, to see if they left a person and see if their name changed. So when you see these people, usually women, say that left let's say they left Nature Boy or they left Malachi, whoever they left, and I say, good, what's your name? Shaniqua, Yolanda. But what happened? I thought, okay, fine, you left that person, you're no longer with the Nature Boy, you're no longer with Malachi. Hey, where's your YouTube channel? What do you teach? What forget about slandering the person. What do you teach? I want to come to you for some knowledge. Just because you left the person, are you no longer about spiritual knowledge anymore? You're just about slandering the person. And that's why any organization or whatever I stepped away from, there's no video of me slandering the people. There's no video of me slandering the people, because every step that I took got me here. So if I took that step away, I wouldn't be here. So therefore, I'm thankful even of the misinformation combined with the information that created the man that you see in front of you right now. And I keep the name, I keep the knowledge that was true, and I speak proudly of whatever was truth, and I correct what the information was that was false. So that is my name. Thank you very much for asking that question. Wonderful question. Let us get back to the room and see if some of the PayPals are in and see what's going on here. All right. So shout out to Jermaine for that question. And then we have what? Let me check something here. Hold on a second. Okay. I see PayPals are coming in. They're coming in. Okay, hold on, everybody. Just to let me just to tell everybody that the PayPals actually came in. They're coming into my phone. So let me just take a look to verify. And they're so tiny. They are so tiny. Who's this? Oh, Shane. So Shane, I got yours. I can't. The Red Shoe Club. I don't know about that. Hold on. I got your Shane, and who is this? And this is oh, Beget Leisure. Are you in the room? Okay, hold on. It's a little. Now I'm getting to my phone, so I got to get into the. I don't know why they're not going to my email. Hold on. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so I got you guys. I got them. I'm gonna wait for them to get to my email so I can put them on the screen because I can't do it from my phone. But I did get you, Donkey. Shout out to you and Beget Leisure. You in the room, Beget Leisure? I believe that's Michael. Okay. Dashe says just got home from work. Greetings. Okay. Beget Leisure, are you in the room? I think he's asking about reptilians, but I can't put it on the screen. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead. So I just want you guys to know that I did get those. So they are in, and let me go to the Cash Apps that I can actually put on the screen. What do we got here? Disney Hall. Are you in the room? Disney Hall. Let me go ahead and see if I can get this in the room. Disney Hall. Okay, what is this? Will this be 7? Nope. 8, yep. Okay, Disney Hall, shout out to you if you are in the room. Are you in the room? Good morning, A Manifesto. E Manifesto, peace to you. E Manifesto is great. He's always in the room supporting. Thanks for coming. Okay, Judge said Jody's still laughing at my Hebrew. Yeah. Oh man. So that was funny. But I don't know what's going on in Killer Priest podcast. Just a little sidetrack to ease my mind a little bit. So Mighty Hebrews on there debating me, and I'm not there. And we're supposed to have a debate, and then he came on and did his whole debate. He did his whole debate presentations. Listen, Tehuti. Let me tell you, Tehuti, and I'm looking at the show like I'm not even at the show. You're talking to me. It was very strange. And then the next show is a guy comes on saying he's the real Tehuti. It was just, I don't know what's happening over there. The next show was a guy saying he's the real Tehuti before the original Tehuti. He's called Thoth. And I'm like, wow, this is like anti-Tehuti week over there. I'm not sure what's going on, but it's hilarious. It's funny though. I love them all. It's funny. Keep the momentum going. Everybody grows at their pace. Okay, let me go ahead and do something here. Yeah, it is it is very strange. I'm not sure. I don't know. Who knows? Everybody's minds work different, but it'd be nice if I was called to be told what was going on. I was actually told by the people in the room, but he debated me without me there. It's very. Listen to Tehuti. Rawr. He was like growling and everything. Rawr. It was. How about that? It was crazy. It was like a cannabis song. Okay. Let me get back to something here. Whoops. Not settings. One moment. Okay. Shout out to those guys have been jumping. Those guys have been watching you and are jumping the bandwagon. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's nice though. At least they're keeping the momentum going. You know, keeping it's like wrestling. At least we'll watch the child. Okay, here we go. Shout out to let me see if this person's in the room. Where are you? Is this you? Shout out to Boom. Oh, no, that's the same. Sorry, everybody. Hold on. Hold on a second. This is from Disney Hall. Okay. 8. No. 1 second. A little bit of difficulties. I think I already have Disney Hall in here. Hold on. Okay. Boom. Disney Hall. Disney Hall. Are you here? Let's see. Shout out to. There it is. Disney Hall. Shout out to Disney Hall. Are you in the room? Disney Hall, are you in the room? Is Disney Hall in the room? What is that noise? Okay, hold on. I do have a snake on the loose in the house. A snake on the loose in the house. So I don't know what I'm hearing. I'm hearing some noise, but okay. Let me get this off the screen. Let me get back to the room to see something here. Okay. I want a comedic name. Contact me. We'll work on it. It usually takes me about a year to give someone a name. Okay. Who is the? Oh, I think Disney Hall. Who's Disney Hall? One moment, everybody. Is Meshach Disney Hall? It's so strange to match up the names here, but I'm going to do my best. Oh, boy. Okay. One moment, everybody. Okay, let me get back to the screen. Okay, shout out to Disney Hall. Shout out to Disney Hall. I'm going to take that off the screen. I think Disney Hall is Meshach. So let me check the comments. Disney Hall. You guys are funny. Oh, you guys are funny. You guys are funny. Give me a little bit of laughs. All right, let me. Oh, Meshach is not Disney Hall. Okay, Disney Hall. Shout out to your question. You're not here at the moment. I thought that was you, Meshach. So shout out to your Cash App. I'm gonna put a little note on there because that question I wanna walk through. I want to do something with that question. Let me put a little note on it. Hold on a second here. Wait, where's the question? Okay. I put a little note on there, Disney Hall. And you're not in the room, but shout out to your support. Disney Hebrew. Shout out to your support. And I'm gonna get that one. I want to interact with you for a moment. Right, so there's different comedic creation stories. I want to just interact with you before I jump into any particular one. So maybe I put a note on there to get to that next week, next class. But shout out for your support. Plus, I don't think you're even here. Shout out to your support. So we have, and I put a note by there. So don't worry, Disney Hall. Don't worry. I put a note by it. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Nito Campbell, who are you in the room? Are you Nito Campbell in the room? Nito Campbell is always coming with these awesome supports out of nowhere. He just pops up. I don't even think he asks questions. He just pops up with support. Superior teaching. Let me go ahead and give you a shout out. Nito Campbell. Somebody said, you guys are vicious. We said Disney Hall ain't here right now. Next slide. Is that a mighty? You guys are funny, man. You know, I just when I read that, for some reason I heard Mighty Hebrew's voice. But okay. Shout out to Nito Campbell out of nowhere. Nito Campbell out of nowhere with $27. Thank you so much. One second, everybody. Hold on. Nito Campbell, shout out to you for your support. You are awesome. I appreciate that. And thank you for one of the biggest supports of the day. Let me get some agua. Oh man, we went through a lot of stuff this podcast. Oh, a lot of information. Okay, shout out to new Nito. Nito, are you in the room? Nito. Well, if you're listening out there, Nito, shout out to you. Respect for that support. We are moving on. 1 second, everyone. I'm going to take a 2 minutes. I got to step away for a moment here. For a moment, just a moment. Ahati Ma'at, are you in the room? Kamit, my brother, are you able to come to the if I put the link in the room, can you come and introduce yourself? You are one of the greatest supporters, Kamit and Black Alucard. You guys, the greatest supporters, come to the front stage, introduce yourself to me in voice and in face. Let me see what you look like and talk for a few moments while I take a little break, a few moment break. I'll still be listening and watching, but I want to see my great supporters. You guys are always here. Nets are the greatest. Where's my team? Where are you guys at? Where are you guys? Guys are donating $100. I want to see the faces. Come to the front screen. So I got to step away for just a minute. Thank you. Oh, man. Come to the front screen. Okay, Ahati Mahat, I'm going to put the... Also, last week, I put the link in for Kamit, and somebody, I think's name was Ron or Don, was trying to come in the link. Whoever you are you in the room right now? Because I didn't recognize... I don't know if you're the Ron that asked a question. That video doesn't download. So come to the screen. And okay, Hatima, I'm gonna put the link in the room for you to come to the screen for just some moments. I gotta take a 2-minute break again. And there is the link. This is for Ahati Ma'at and the people that I invited. If you gave a super chat and you want to come in the link and come to the front and ask a question or say something, that is the link. Okay, because I have to step away for just a moment. I'm a one-man show, and thus I have to take breaks because I'm only human. All right, Ahati, are you there? Where are my big donators? Where are you? Black Alucard, where's everybody? Where are you guys? Come to the front. Commit 101. Jump on the link. And let me take a little break here. I don't want to just leave it as a blank screen. I could just put on the intro video, but okay. Jump on the link and let me take a couple minute break. Okay, Ahati said he's logging in. Ahati's logging in. Ahati's logging in. Oh, I'd love to break that down. Somebody send that in. Zoroastrianism. Go ahead. I'm looking back and forth in the room. I don't read all the chats, but the reason I'm looking at the chats right now is because I sent a link. So I just happen to look down and somebody wants to ask about Zoroastrianism. That'd be great. Send that in. Maybe I can start off next week with that too. Okay, Ahati Ma'at. Come to the front stage. I got a lot to break down, but I got to take a little break before I do. Okay. I see the people helping other people in the room. Good teamwork. Good job. Okay. While everybody's waiting, shout out to the moderators. Let me go ahead and take this opportunity again to give respect and shout out to my assistants, my sisters, my helpers. Hey, it's my assisters. There we go. My assistants, my assisters, because they all are sisters. So my assisters, the moderators, Anki and Ma'at, Nani, Aset, Mur, Saneti Amun. Shout out to the moderators, my assisters. Okay. I see Ahati in the room. 1 second. Let me get him in. And here he is, the light-skinned me. Let me see if I can get him in here. There he is. Man, I wish my hair grew as fast as yours, my brother. I haven't cut my hair since 2006, and look how low it is.
Wow. It looks like my hair's only been growing for a little over a year.
You got that Bob Marley hair.
Don't call me Bob Marley.
You got the Bob Marley hair. It grows in like a week.
Man here, man.
In 1 week, Bob Marley's hair is like to his shoulders in like a week.
Yeah, Bob Marley.
Okay.
Oh boy.
And Nania sent Mer says you're welcome. So I'm gonna okay. Kamit says bad timing for me next time, but I sent a video last week. That's the video that my computer is saying there's an error in. So I don't know what to do with that video because when I click on it, it says the error. That's not. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a little break. I'll be back in a couple minutes to answer maybe 2 more questions before we shut down the class. Okay. Okay, I'll be back. Oh wait, Ahati, are you there?
Yeah, I had to fix the lighting because it didn't look good. There we go. All right.
Okay, Ahati hair is larger than last week.
Why am I? It's all the protein, man.
Man, get up, stand up for you, right?
So nobody else is gonna come in the room with me, huh?
I'll be right back. All
right. So what's up to everybody? Let me get some shout outs here. I see I Manifesto is in the building. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay. Who's here? I Manifesto. Yeah, I've only been growing the hair for a year now. I used to keep it cropped short, or like what they call on the East Coast a Caesar. So I used to keep it like that as a Caesar. But okay, so we have Ava. She said, "Don't fall." Don't know what that means. Darius, what's up, Darius? Yes, we're definitely jamming. Al Lucky Shots. What peace. Master K, my brother Hotep. Nat Turner, slaying the Tomahawks. Love the name. Peace. Peace to my beloved sister. Beloved sister. Nani asked Myrrh. Peace to Comedic Netter G. I got your message from Tehuti, and I sent you a message. I never heard back from you. So when you find some time, brother, send me a message. Arcade Infinite, Hotep. Arcadian, my bad. Or wait, Arcade Infinite, okay? The Shay's in the house. Peace. So yes, this has been a very great lesson this week from the master teacher, the Utu, which means actually Utu means great leader in the Metu Neter, but a leader in Kemet also meant a teacher. So if you are teaching somebody that's relevant to whatever topic you're talking about, and it's based on evidence, which comes from the Ma part of Ma'at, which is the original root for the word evident or evidence, then you are too a great leader. Okay, let's see here. We have Amunku Neteru, Hotep. Yeah, so I knew about the signals teaching that he just did just throughout my own research, and I knew about how this whole, if you live in the western part of the world, as they call, or Western society, that we're being controlled by this chaos magic. I can't say the small hat and big nose. Excuse me, the small hat and long nose proper term, but you can just use your mind for that. So it's very ironic because it would be like me learning from, let's say, I'm just going to pick a name here, from I Manifesto. I'm learning from I Manifesto, and he's been teaching me for a very long time. And then all of a sudden, when he asks to speak with me, or I just see him in the street and I act like I don't know him anymore, and we can relate to that because there's people in our lives that probably act like that. That's the same thing that happened between these certain people and with our ancestors, which are the people of Kemet. And but the thing is, they took that magic that Tehuti was talking about. They took that magic and they're actually using that as I speak right now. Part of that magic is, I'm just going to pick one quick example, is the monetary system or the financial system, right? And I find it very disturbing because there's certain brothers in the conscious community that are well known. I'm not going to say names, that are well known and respected, and they're claiming that Kemet was all about money. And there's nowhere in Kemet that dealt with what we call money today, which is paper dollars or coinage. They use something that's called weights and measures. And it's too long to get into right now. Maybe some of you, it might spark an interest. You might have a question, what type of currency or monetary system did the people Kemet use? And you can send some appreciation to Tehuti, and he can answer it for you. But the point I'm making is this. Your value is within you. So your value doesn't come from what's out here. That's what's being created by you. And you don't hear much teaching on this in Kemet. It's just, how can I put it? It's yes, the 13th tribe. the Khazarians. I don't, how do I put this? So if I was to lose everything tomorrow, I would still be loyal to Tehuti. But not only Tehuti, I would be first loyal to Ma'at. Now, what do I mean by that? What I mean is I am loyal to a system that pre-exists what we're calling our reality right now, what we're calling the material world, what we're calling money, what we're calling the homes we live in. Because whether we have money or not, we can still acquire a home. And this is not what's going to be taught to us, because you can't have a certain sector of society become extremely wealthy off of this. So I hear these people, they talk about like what's going on today in the world, and they talk about the globalists, the elitists, and the Chi-Coms, and all these labels and names. And it's just like with the teachings here with Kemet, there's a specific group that is controlling all this. And again, I'm not going to speak too deep on this. If you're interested, you can go to my channel on BitChute, and you can see raw and uncut videos where I hold back nothing. And I just put it all on the table, and you can call me whatever you want to call me, but the truth is there. These people have been controlling blacks since basically they left Kemet in the beginning. And I got to hand it to them on that aspect, because without learning from us in Kemet, they would still be crawling on their hands and knees. So as Tehuti said, when we say that we come from Africa or we come from Kemet, or no, you come from the mindset, the people of Kemet, the ancestors had a word for our mind. They called it the Cam Mao, which translates into the black mind. Okay? The Cam Mao. Ra was called the Great Cat, which is also called the Mao, or the Ah Mao. And there's reasons for this. Again, I'm not going to get into all this. If it sparks some interest in your mind, you can ask Tehuti about it. But the point I'm making is that what you really want in this life, iManifesto is bitchute.com. So all you got to do is just Google my name in your browser, and it should come up. It'll come up. You'll see the channel there. And on that channel, I can actually say who the people are, and I can tell you the plans that are going on and what's actually happening. We can't do that here because the CEO of this channel here is one of them, of course. So we have to get to a point as a people to follow somebody that's pushing us. And when I mean push, I don't mean push as in force. I mean it's capturing our attention in a direction that can actually help us when that person is not around with us. Because I'll be honest, when I first met Tehuti, I was hooked, man. I was hooked. I wanted more and 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 more. And there's no way he can humanly, and I use that term loosely, humanly, I just use it for reference. Humanly, he could be with me 24/7. So how he taught me was to develop a way within myself, yes, as Kamit says, health, a peace of mind, knowing yourself as well, exactly. And he did it in a way where you didn't have to get pulled this way, you didn't have to get pulled that way. When somebody said, no, I'm from Israel, I'm from Africa, I'm from Kemet. No, I want to know what's on your mind and what you're thinking. Because I meet a lot of people during the course of the week that claim that they follow the teachings of Kemet. I'm not going to say they follow Ma'at, but follow the teachings of Kemet. And when we get down to the root or the core of it, they really do not follow anything other than what's being peddled within the conscious community. And I don't know about you, but I'm at a certain age now where I am tired of seeing my people and our generations coming forth and forth and forth with no type of solution. And that's what I wanted. So when I met this man on the left screen of me, he's on the left on my side, but when I met him, I could hit him with questions. And my first reaction was to look at him and to see if he overreacted with something I said, if he showed some type of negative emotion because he couldn't answer a question. And I think that one of the things that, and I'm going to end it with this, one of the things that helped me the most, and I know that will help all of you out there the most, is his patience. And there's a reason why he wears Nias on his hat, because he had patience enough to say, you know what, that's a great question. I'll have to look into that for you. And a man, not a man because he's a netter, of course, but somebody like that, that's secure, that's the exact person that we need to regenerate or re-evolve our nation once again. And I'm not saying it's going to happen overnight, that it's going to be something instant, but just, and I'm going to leave you with this. This is it. Think of the people that you watch on the Killer Pre-Show. Think of the other gentlemen that you see on Son Netter, and then look at this man here. See him in the debates with these people. And see, do you want to follow somebody that gets emotional like that? Or do you want to follow somebody that thinks things through, dwells on them, but does it in a way that's quick enough that it can satisfy you with solutions? So I'm going to leave you with that. Hand it back to my brother Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, the greatest leader that I've ever met in our time. And all I have is praises for this man, and I hope that you do too. Peace. Can't hear you.
Thank you, Brother Hati. This came in for the last minute of that, last minute and a half. And thank you for your dedication, loyalty, and everything that you have brought and bring. And I love seeing your development. You've done wonderful. You've done wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I've seen this man develop from one thing to another, and he's doing very, very well. Very well. I'm very, very pleased. So on that note, I'm going to get into the last couple of super chats. I want to let me this is who's this? Kamit again. Here we go. Kamit with the awesome. Here we go. Reverse 27 for 72. Powerful information. Kamit is wonderful. This man with a huge, powerful donations every class. Kamit is wonderful. I think he may not want to come to the screen. This may be like Kanye West or something. I don't know who this is, but this man. This is like Drake. Watching every show is like $40. He's every show. It doesn't matter whether the question's answered or he sends a video. It's not read. He still sends more support. So I don't know if this is most deaf in disguise. I'm not sure who this is, but shout out to Kamit for the constant support and the 27 backwards. What did he say? For reverse 27 for 72. Powerful information. Thank you, brother. You're always supporting. You are wonderful, wonderful. Okay, thank you, my brother. And Kamit says, what did he say? Most of those guys debate Tehuti. Most of those guys debate Tehuti. The debate Tehuti are children in the mind. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. I hope everybody grows. Okay, so shout out to that support again. They put on the screen one more time only because I like the numbers. 27 for reverse, 27 for 72. Powerful information tonight. Thank you, brother, for your support. Let me go through. We got more. We have more. Here are the PayPals. The PayPals finally showed up, and so we have Donkey. So Donkey, shout out to the $7 from Donkey. And I don't see a question, but I think the question The questions in the phone. Let me check something here. Donkey, Rocky. Wait. Oh, here they are. Okay. Could you talk about the Red Shoe Club? Okay, let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Shout out to Donkey. And I don't I don't know what this is. Okay, shout out to the $7 to Donkey. And his question is can you tell me about the Red Shoe Club? Hold on a second. Let me get back to the question. The question is could you talk about the Red Shoe Club and give me a proper name? Peace and love. I don't know what that is actually. I don't know.
He's talking about the Hollywood and all that. I can't say because they might cut your stream.
Okay, yeah, I need a more specific question that I don't know what the Red Shoe Club in the proper name. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Donkey. If you can send me a clearer question, email me a clearer question because I don't know what the question actually is. I don't know actually what it is about, what the proper name of a Red Shoe Club. So maybe we can get into that next week. Shout out to Darius who says Tehuti's best debate was Jabari. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that is one of my favorites. Shout out, we're gonna keep going because we're gonna close up soon. So let's go in. So Donkey, I don't know what that is. I'm not sure. Let me see. What do we got here? We have Beget Leisure. Beget Leisure, but what was the amount of the transaction? Oh, okay. I see how it is. Shout out to Beget Leisure, who says let me just go ahead and put this on the screen. I'm gonna only put some of this on the screen. This is okay. I'm just gonna put the okay. Shout out to Begin Leisure. Let me see. Begin Leisure, you in the room, my brother? I think that's brother Michael. Let me. Begin Leisure, you in the room? Begin Leisure. Let me go back to the screen and shout out to Begin Leisure. I'm gonna go ahead and put that on the board. He what does he say here? So Begin Leisure. I don't know. I'm going through them all. I'm not sure. A lucky shot. I'm not sure where that is. I'll get to it if it's there. Shane again. Begin Leisure says, "Peace to Tehuti. I used seals before, and I saw myself being created by our ancestors before. Thanks to Kemet explains it. But can you talk about humanoid reptilian beings like in the movie V?" Oh, Begin Leisure. Why'd I get this question now? Are you in the room, brother? Begin Leisure, are you in the room? Michael, Begin Leisure. Begin Leisure. I am going. He sent me 2 questions on reptilians. I didn't see him in the room before, so I didn't get into it. I am going to definitely. Where's Begin Leisure? Begin Leisure.
Yeah. Is that him?
Is Mishak Begin Leisure?
I think so.
There's so many names everybody has. I don't know. There's so many names that I thought it was Michael. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. Let me look at is Mishak Begin Leisure? I guess Mishak is Begin Leisure. Looks like you, Ahati. I don't know. Okay, hold on.
My twin brother.
It's Ahati. Okay, hold on.
From the past.
Is that you? That looks exactly like you. That's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah. Begin Leisure shape shifting. All right. Beget Leisure. Oh man. Oh, Beget Leisure. I don't know. I promised him.
What time is it?
It's 11. It's time for me to close up. I promised him the week before that I was going to start off with the reptilians, and then I didn't see him.
Can you give him just a little bit, a brief?
I want to give him something crazy. I want to show him those beings are here. Oh.
Yeah, but you were gonna do this last. Just do it, man.
Just
end it with this.
Oh my goodness. Oh. I have to give him the whole class. I got to give him the whole thing. I can't just show what I can't just show it. I have Beget Leisure. I will open up. Let me go ahead and because he sent money before and it was asking about reptilians with a shield. I didn't know about what that was. I said I would break down just reptilians here, but that breakdown is gonna take an hour. It's gonna take 40 minutes, which I don't have right now, but it's gonna be an awesome breakdown. He's gonna love it because I'm gonna show him the beings he wants to see, but I have to lead up to it. I have to show him, but it's gonna take a long time, and I can't teach till 12 o'clock. So, Beget Leisure, I'm gonna go ahead and put. I'm gonna definitely let me go ahead and put you on right now. Let me go ahead and do this right now because your answer is gonna be thorough. I'm gonna give you a thorough answer, more thorough even than the Sigil and all. It's gonna be a scary answer. Let me go ahead and put okay. I'm gonna make a note here. Reptilian topic to start. I'm gonna start the reptilians and go and begin to the creation to start next class for sure. I have to give him this, but I have to give him high quality. I have to give him everything. I don't want to give him just a little thing. He said just a little. Oh my goodness! If I give a little, it's gonna wreck the whole thing because it's. Oh man, I want to give you the whole thing, my brother. If I give you a little, it's gonna wreck the climax. I want to show you. I wanted to show you a week ago, but I want to show you them here. I need to break down the grain movement. Ahati, were you there for my? That I did a class on the grain movement. The grain movement. Oh my goodness, I can't. Oh.
That's not enough. That's not enough info. Brain movement.
The grain. I can't even say grain like wheat grain. I will begin next class. I'm gonna break down next class what has never been broken down before in the public on any conscious, just for Beget Leisure, brother, just for him. I'm gonna show something that I only showed to I thought my inner circle. I did show my inner circle. I've never shown it to the public, and I'm gonna start with it. It's gonna take about 45 minutes. I can't even. So Beget Leisure, he's a patient brother. He's been waiting a little bit now for me.
Can you give him like a cliffhanger, just a little taste? He
said I will wait. Peace, bro. Premiere break that he wants. Yeah, he doesn't. He a part of his mind wants a little bit. You know, you want a little bit of food, but he knows after he gets a little bit, he's gonna see. It's an appetizer. It's not what I. So I'm gonna go next week. Okay, next week he's laughing. He knows I have him though. That looks like you, Hati. That's crazy. Where is he? That's a Hati. Are you typing? Are you that you, Hati, asking questions?
Hey, Mashiach, where are you from?
Okay, let me go ahead and get to the next. I'm definitely starting with that. I'm going to start with the grain. Okay, who do we have here? We have oh. Hey, Beget Leisure, did you send? I have two pay. Did you send a PayPal and they took off some money, or did you send two PayPals? I have 128, 130. But they're both the same thing. Okay, I'm gonna save this. Maybe on my end they took off some dollars. Okay. Let me go to Israel Hoyle. Israel Hoyle. Oh, Dashe. Thank you, my brother. Israel Hoyle. I'm gonna after this is the last one, and then I'm gonna see if a lucky shot. I need to clear up something with a lucky shot. Did he said he sent a new. I answered his last question, but he sent a new one. I don't know where that is. What? I don't see that here. So let me see something here. So shout out to Israel Hoyle, or Israel Hoyle. Shout out to you, my brother, for the support. Israel Hoyle supported with the $10. Thank you so much. And then we're gonna clarify a lucky shot, and then go ahead and end the show. Dashe. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. Let me get to the a lucky shot. Where are you, brother? Let me check the notifications one more time and see if I see a lucky shot in here anywhere. Wait.
Saba, is Nana there? Is she watching?
Yeah. Oh, wait. What's all this? Oh, you know what? A bunch of things just popped up on the screen. I got Brian Wallace. I got Naisha Champ. I got Black Alucard. Anthony Perch. I see them all now. They somehow just all popped up. Where were these before? Hold on. Brian Wallace, are you in the room, Brian Wallace? Brian Wallace. Let me give a shout out to Brian Wallace. And here's a good question right here. Brian Wallace, I'm going to put you under 14. Shout out to Brian Wallace. Are you in the room, Brian Wallace? Let me give him a shout out. He asked a question. Oh, this was the question he said he's gonna ask me about philology. So here, oh no, video clip. Nope. Overlay. All right, here we go. Brian Wallace, shout out to you. And he says, Brian Wallace says, how important is language when studying history? It is extremely important. Let me do something here. Hold on. Let me give a couple examples. I don't know if you're in the room, brother. I don't know if you're in the room. Let me go ahead and give a couple examples of why it is important. Just something quick, because this conversation about language is actually very vast. It's very, very vast. So let me just get into some. What is this? Let me look in the room and see. Shout out to you, Brian Wallace. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. Let me look in the room and see. I don't see him in the room, so I'm going to give some quick examples of how language actually changes the understanding of history. Just a quick little thing. So let me go ahead and screen share. So when I screen share, does it show the whole screen? Let me screen share entire screen. What does it show? Okay. Ahati, I'm gonna have to take you out for a minute because you're blocking a part of the screen. But peace and love, and I'm gonna see you in the chat room. Let me go ahead and take you off the screen here.
Okay, peace.
Peace. Okay, all right. So let me go ahead and show something here. Show you guys a little something. Now we're gonna see how the frequency of the European when trying to say Kemetic words doesn't match, and it causes them to change the word. And I want everybody to understand that they're not changing the word because they're changing it into their language. They're literally just changing the word. Okay. For example, when looking up, let's say this here, Memphis. Memphis has several names during history, almost a millennium. Its ancient Egyptian name was In-pu Hedge, which translates to as the White Walls. Okay, the White Walls. All right, now it says, in the beginning of the new kingdom, the city became known as Min Nefer. Everybody see that? Which means enduring and beautiful. So that's if you're going to research this area called Min Nefer, when you look at it under its name, you can understand that Min means enduring. It means eternity, stabilization, and Nefer deals with something beautiful, something healthy, beautiful. Now, why did the Greeks call it Memphis? Let's take a close look at Memphis. You see that? Memphis, Min Nefer doesn't translate to as Memphis. Memphis is not a Greek word that existed with Pythagoras and the Greeks at the time. They just for some reason couldn't say the word. The whole meaning changed. Memphis doesn't mean anything in Greece. It doesn't mean anything in English. It's not even a word. MEMPHIS is not MENNEFFER. So how did the N, and this is what I always say to people, they say, well, names change when it gets in other languages. No, this is not a name change. How does the letter N change into the letter M? The letter M doesn't change into N. And what's the PH about? So min is not mim, and then nefer is not fis. So you see, when you go look up these words, they're distorting the word to literally destroy the meaning of the word. They don't even want to give you the meaning of it. They don't even want to give you the original frequency, the name of it. There's no way in logical understanding that min nefer changes into Memphis. So this is just Greek speech impediments, I call it. So when you're looking up these words, now look at this one. Siniseret. This is how you say the name. And this name has meaning. Sin, Nu, Seret. Okay? Siniseret the third, also written as Siniseret, or the Hellenized form, Sesostris. How? How does Sin-Nu Seret turn into Ses, Sos, Stris? Where does the letter S come from? So again, Sesostris is not a Greek word that exists in Greece. It's not like they had the word Sesostris waiting to hear the name Siniseret and saying, you know what? You call this an osset, a chair. We call it a chair. See, that's just a translation. But for some reason, they took Siniseret's name and changed the letter N into S. I would like some Egyptologist to explain to me how and why that is logical and why that is accepted. Michael Jackson's name is Michael Jackson in China. Michael Jackson's name is Michael Jackson in India. Michael Jackson's name is Michael Jackson in Jamaica. George Washington, the president's name is George Washington in Japan. When they say it in Trinidad, it's George Washington. If Native Americans say it, it's George Washington. Neil deGrasse Tyson is Neil deGrasse Tyson. How does Sinu Surret turn into Sesostris? You see that? This strangeness. And then we accept it like with no explanation of how, and that's supposed to be normal. Why not just call him Siniseret? That's his name. They're writing it right here in English, but they're changing it for some reason. Siniseret. And they keep doing this. Khufu turns into Cheops. How? How does Khufu turn into Chi? Is there no U sound in Greece? Cheops. Khufu. How is that possible? So they keep, this is why when you're going and looking up words and looking up history, you can't even look them up under their, you look them up under their original names and it turns into some other name, and then they never give you the meaning of the new name. So for example, we go back to Khufu. Oh, I can't even scroll now. Where's Khufu? It's not letting me scroll. Okay. No problem. Okay, we'll go to this one. Maybe okay, here we go. So Min Ka Ura. Min Ka Ura. Those are words that have meanings in Kemet. Min has a meaning, min, stabilization, ka, and Ura has a meaning, the soul, the spirit, and Ura of Re. They changed his name to Mikirinos. Mikirinos. Why? Why does the letter N turn into a K? How does Min turn into, and they don't even stay, this is how you know it's the Matrix, because they don't even stay with the same grammatical code. They'll say, well, you know, it went into Greek, but wait a minute. Min Nefer turn into Memphis. So the MEN, the N in Min Nefer turn into an M. Min Nefer turn into Memphis. So how come Min Kara, there's the same word, Min, how come Min now turns into Mick? Min Nefer turns into an M, but Min Kara turns into Mykarinos. What happened to the what's the grammatical law? So I could keep going on with this. So the point that I'm making though is that when trying to understand cultures, they do their best to not give you what the original indigenous people taught or what are the frequencies that the original indigenous people say. But when it comes to their culture, when it comes to Elvis Presley, somebody show me Elvis Presley's name being said any other way other than Elvis Presley. Show me Jack Nicholson being said in China and it's not Jack Nicholson, right? Pythagoras stays Pythagoras. Pythagoras is Socrates is always Socrates. How come we don't change it when we get into English? All the Greek guys stay the same. Caesar is Caesar. Caesar stays as Caesar. Alexander, it stays as Alexander. Ptolemy stays as Ptolemy. Ptolemy doesn't change into Ching Chang Li Fun Ku. When it gets into China, it's still Ptolemy. And Jamaica is Ptolemy. But when it comes to the ancient indigenous names of the Native Americans and the Africans, indigenous people, they changed the names to Blackfoot, Running Hawk, but that's not even the name they used. So language, understanding language is extremely important to understand the roots of the history of the people that you're looking for. And I'm letting you know that they are intentionally changing the names of our ancient ancestors. They're intentionally doing it. And even when they find out it's not said the correct way, they never change it. Christopher Columbus is Christopher Columbus. Whether it's in Jamaica, whether he's in China, his name isn't Wong Tong Fu in China. His name is Christopher Columbus. Okay, Donald Trump's name is Donald Trump. When it comes to the indigenous ancestors, all of a sudden names change and we can't, and they don't fix it back. They never fix it back. But some names don't change. Nefertiti stays Nefertiti. Is it because of the way they have her look? It stays the same though. It doesn't turn into it doesn't turn into Nefertitis. Why does that name change into a Greek rendition? Okay, so language is extremely important, and maybe next class I can get into the frequency of languages and why the frequency of languages are so important in the culture. But thank you for that question, my brother. I appreciate it. I have to go on because there are Naisha Champ. Naisha Champ sends. I gotta close out soon. Naisha Champ. Let me see what she says here. She says, working, but still watching, sending support. Thank you, Naisha Champ, and I'm about to put you on the screen. Thank you so much for that, Naisha Champ. Let me go ahead and put you on the screen. Naisha Champ with the $10. We're about to close out. It's almost 12 o'clock here. 4 hours and 20 minutes of teaching, no drama. Teaching 4 hours and 20 minutes. Hold on, I gotta get rid of some overlays. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh no, that's Nito Campbell again. Get rid of that. Okay, here we go. Naisha Champ, where are you, Naisha Champ? For the $10, let's see if it pops up now. It pops up. Shout out to Naisha Champ. Shout out to Naisha Champ, working but still watching. Thank you wherever you are, wherever you may be working from. I appreciate the support. Still watching from wherever you are. Thank you so much. Let me go on to the next. I see Black Alucard in here. I see him on the. Here he is. He is next. Look at this. This man is awesome. Black Alucard. You got to come to the screen one day. I invite you to the screen one day to introduce yourself. You are a consistent supporter. Actually, Black Alucard was the top supporter of last week. He gave the largest donations. He gave $100. No question, just support. Let me go ahead and show to Black Alucard. Thank you, my brother. Black Alucard says, for always thanks for the knowledge. Black Alucard, thank you, my brother. You are awesome. Okay, we're getting through these. We're getting through these. So I gotta close up soon. We have oh, is this a lucky shot? Lucky shot. Anthony Perch? Yes, I see it now. There's so many names. I see it right here at the top, Anthony, and at the bottom, a lucky shot. Okay. Okay, a lucky shot. I'm going to part answer here and maybe part answer next week because it's an interesting question. Interesting question. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. Okay, finally I get to see this question. A lucky shot says, okay, a lucky shot. Where's my paper? Okay. All right, a lucky shot says, what kind of future was Kemet building towards? Okay, very interesting question. I'm going to maybe touch on it more next week, because there were so many dynasties that had different goals. What Akhenaten was building towards was completely different than what Pharaoh Khufu was building towards. They had different goals, but the main goal of Kemet was really to spread Ma'at and to expand the borders, spread Ma'at, teach the truth, and prepare themselves for the afterlife. That is the main thing that they all had in common, because we have to understand that Kemet, it was not just one thing, one goal, one pharaoh. We're talking about trying to cover around 4,000 years of history. So Ahmes, who kicked out the Hyksos, had different goals he was building towards. His major goal was to restore Kemet, kick out the foreigners, and he was building towards that. King Tut, Amen at one time was building towards repairing what his father had done. His main goal at that time was to fix the temples, refinance the temples, find the priests of Amun, find the priests of Sekhmet, let them know they were back in functioning business, reestablish that which was destroyed. He had a huge mission that he had to accomplish. Pharaoh Khufu was building towards. He came up across the Akus, or the pyramids. He was restoring those. That took over 20 years that he was building on those. Thutmose was letting people know who the Harakuti was, restoring the what people call the Sphinx. So there wasn't one thing that all of Kemet was building towards. Each pharaoh had their own. When the so-called Nubian, as they call them, they came in, they had different goals, but the main thing that stayed the same that they were all building towards was preparation for the afterlife. That's the main thing, that no matter whether you go from Scorpion King, even all the way to the White Ptolemies, even all the way to the end, the one thing that all of them had in common was to teach Ma'at and prepare for immortality. That's the one thing all of them were building towards. But when you're talking about thousands of people and tens and tens and tens of pharaohs, each of them having different missions depending on when they came to the throne, different structures, conquests. Like, let's take Thutmose. Thutmose was building towards protecting Kemet. He had to fight 17 wars. 17 wars, whereas Akhenaten didn't fight one. Akhenaten was living in peace, focusing on spirituality. So he had different goals. He was trying to expand Kemet with the teachings of the Aten, and he moved the capital almost 100 miles away from its original capital. He had different goals. But we go back to his forefathers. We go back to Thutmose. Thutmose was in 17 wars. His objective was to keep Kemet protected from all the invaders. 17 fights. You know, the wars where he's in it. He was in the war, so he had a different objective. But the main objective was immortality and spiritual development. That was what all of them were. When all was said and done, no matter their individual goals, reestablishing temples, fighting other nations, expanding the territory, going into Punt and getting dancers and jewels and bringing them back. What all of them had in common was immortality, and they wanted to survive after the physical body. So that's what I can say, but we have to get into their goals. We have to get into specific dynasties that had different wars, different expansions, different land expansions. Some did not expand land. Some of them fought others. Some did not fight. Some of them were working on building pyramids. Some of them were not. You're talking about over 4,000 years of history with thousands and thousands of goals. Queen Tai was trying to work things out with the Hittites while her son was out doing spirituality. She had to do military command. She had a different expansive goal than the son is. So immortality was the main goal. Hope I answered that. If you want to know more, you can contact me directly, maybe get more specific, but I'm going to leave that for now because it's almost 12 o'clock. Shout out to you and thank you for the support, my brother, Lucky Shot. Okay, let me see how we can, let's wind it down. I think that's everybody. Is that everybody? Who's this? That's everybody. Let me refresh. Or wait. Yeah, Nito, Brian Wallace, Nisha Champ, Black Alucard. Oh. We have Daryl. The last question of the night. Daryl, did Imhotep eat meat? Let me interest these questions. You know, I'm not laughing at the question. I'm laughing because of what my mind has to shift from to it doesn't settle. My mind has to shift to anything from how the brain functions to did Imhotep eat meat to reptilians, and then so sometimes when I see a new question, my mind shift is why I giggle. But I'm not laughing at the question. I'm laughing at my mind shifting and getting ready to conquer something I wasn't even thinking about. Awesome though, awesome question. Let me see if you're in the room. Are you in the room? 17, 18, 18. This is Daryl, Divine 71. Divine 71. Let me get to the room and see if you're even in here. Divine 71, are you in here? Divine 71. Divine 71, are you in here? If not, I will definitely conquer this. The answer is no. No, but let me go ahead and put it. I'm gonna give the answer no. I'm gonna give the answer. It's just no. The Kemetians weren't vegans or vegetarians or nothing like that. Imhotep was not a vegan or vegetarian, but I'm actually going to get into some visuals next week. But I do want to say that I do want to answer the question. The answer is actually pretty simple, but you know me, I want to get into some more. So here's the question anyways. And thank you for the support, my brother. If you're in the room, it says, did Imhotep eat meat? Was, I think it meant to put were the Natiru vegan? You know what? Did Imhotep eat meat? Yes. Were the Natiru vegan? No. That is the actual answer. Shout out to the question. But I'm actually gonna give a little bit more next week, even though I answered. It's not an unanswered question because I answered it, but I'm gonna give a little bit more on those topics just to show you where the questions derive from. I've been asked that several times, and I'm going to show where that derived from. That question is a new question in history. Those questions are new and they derive from somewhere, and I'm going to actually show where they derive from. So I'm going to go ahead and put that I answered the question, but I'm going to touch on it next week. Even though I answered it. Thank you for that question. I'm gonna touch on that next week. I got it. And shout out to you if you're in the room. We're gonna get into okay, shout out to you. Probably not in the room, but shout out and thank you for the support. And I think that's it. Let me see. Daryl. Yep. That's everybody. Kamit. Black Alucard, Brian Wallace, Nito, Disney, Jermaine. That is everybody. Okay. Boom. At 11:38 my time, I can end the show. Okay, so let me go ahead and get come here. Hold on. All right, come over here, man. Okay, I can end the show. Kaibet, we can end the show. Shout out to everybody. Respect to everyone that came to the Tehuti Podclass. Seek Ma'at. Ask questions. Thank you for your support. I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out and do a little bit of branding here. For everybody. So there in the corner, Tehuti Podclass. My AI moderator, support with Cash App. Yes, please, everybody, support with the Cash App or the PayPal. Even if you're watching this video and it's not live, send supports. Shout out to the moderators, Anki M. Ma'at, Nani Aset Mer, Sanetti Moon. Shout out to the moderators. Those who want to pick up the books, the PDFs, Melanin Dark Consciousness is one, and a book I taught out of today, Secrets of the Ages, which has a measurement of the fish and the breakdown of the 153 and the 1.73 explanation of why that's in the Bible. That's in this book right here. Shout out to you. Unfortunately, shout out to everybody. Unfortunately, our time is running out. That is my time man right there. That is my time guy. He's saying time is running out. The motto of the show is ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Shout out to everybody in the room. Whereas E-Manifesto, shout out to you. Darius says, great show, Hotep. E-Manifesto says, respect. Ava says, a little spunk. RPM, shout out to RPM, good show. A Lucky Shot says, peace, everyone. Master K is here. Didn't see him earlier. Shout out Master K. He was a physician. Shout out to you. What's George Washington in Chinese again? That's funny. Shout out to you. Shout out to Nanya Setmer. Says thank you for everyone for your support. Shout out to a Lucky Shot. Lucky Shot. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at. Ahati Ma'at. Shout out everybody. This was a great show. This was awesome. I think Jody fell out or fell asleep. I was going to give a shout out to her. I don't see her anymore. But shout out to Kamit. Shout out to Languages Antiquated in Future Enlightened Existence. Shout out, what's that name again? 7 Concentrated, 7 Soul, 7. 7 Concentrated, 7 Soul, 7. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the room. Shout out to Robert Williams. Robert, were you the one trying to get into the let me get this banner off the screen. Hold on. Were you the one trying to get into the room? I'm not sure. I saw somebody last week trying to get into the room. When I looked back, they were gone. I don't know if that was you, Robin Williams, but shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the Tehuti Podclass. Of course, Kamit, who says Operation Destroy Kemet Culture Steal and rename it. It's a Greek. Operation Destroy Kemet Culture Steal and rename it as Greek culture. That's exactly right. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to everybody in the room. Thank you all for supporting the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to Amun Kuneturu, who says Ma'at Hotep Saba, and everyone in the chat. I don't know if he's Jamaican, but shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. I don't know if some of my moderators fell asleep. I'm not sure. But shout out to the moderators. Daniel Set Mercil here. Maurice Waller. Peace, brother. Didn't see you earlier. Shout out to you. And shout out to the moderators and everybody. This was a beautiful class. We went 4 hours and 37 minutes. I am tired. Shout out to Neith, the spider from South Africa, as they call it, Zimbabwe, who has a unicorn on her head. Shout out to you. Shout out to Kaibet, all the way from the Philippines. All the way from the Philippines to California. Shout out to you, Kaibet. Peace and respect to everyone in the chat. Nania Setmer says, hat, magical hat, spider, web, spider, and snake. And Master K says, thank you, Saba, and you're welcome. You're welcome to you. Okay, I'm going to end off with the affirmation. And next week's class is going to be great because we're already starting off with 2 to 3 questions. We're going to get right into the reptilians and all that. Next week is going to be nice and fun. And the affirmation, let me take this off the screen. The snake, the netter. That's right, the snake, the netter. Ava says, peace. I think that's what that is. Peace. Okay, the affirmation is Anki Amat, Un MS, Nin Tet Aset and Mayat, Min Hepapet and Mayat, her and Hukiui, per Ikut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her, I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at, my being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace and blessings and love to everyone. I hope everybody enjoyed the Tehuti Podclass. See you next week. Ma'at Hotep. Peace.